Can everybody hear me correctly? Yes, thank you. Before we do anything, I have to read this statement about the tragic fire. You are all aware of the tragic events following a serious fire at the council tenant's property in Sackville Close, King's Hedges, late last Thursday evening. Gemma Gemini, 31, died at the scene, while Lily Pedden, 8, and Oliver Pedden, 4 years old, were taken to hospital where they sadly died. A man in his 30s remains in hospital in a critical condition. Our thoughts are with their victims, those victims, their loved ones, and anyone who may have been affected. On behalf of the City Council, I offer my sincere condolences to the families and friends of the victims of this shocking event. The Council is working with the emergency services to provide support to those people who have been directly affected, including the occupants of neighbouring properties. The investigation into the cause of the fatal fire in Cambridge has now concluded. It is believed that the fire started accidentally, and the most probable cause was an e-bike. More than 30 firefighters, including crews from Cambridge, Cottenham, Camborne, Linton, Burwell and Huntingdon, attended the incident. I would like to pay tribute to the professionalism and bravery of those firefighters involved in this tragic and deadly fire. I'd also like to commend council officers that were there on scene early on Friday morning and on Saturday to support the emergency services and local residents. I think we'll now have a minute's silence in memory of these people and their tragic death. Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Robertson, and I'm the chair of this Strategy and Resources Committee. Other members of the committee are councillors, if you'd like to acknowledge yourselves. Councillor Bajan.
I'm here, Chair.
Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bick. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Present.
Councillor Holloway.
Present.
Councillor David is not attending tonight. Councillor Shield.
Chair, he's on his way. He says he'll be a few minutes late. He's coming from work.
Councillor Young.
Present.
Thank you. And myself. We have Exec Councillors Smith, Councillor Simon Smith, and Councillor Mike Davey.
Present.
And online we have two other Exec Councillors, Anna Smith and Rosie Moore, who will join us for certain parts of the meeting. Right. We also have the Chief Executive here, the Chief Operating Officer, and various other officers will introduce each item. Anybody who's missing any items of the agenda, please let me know. There was a further confidential document issued today about the 4-day week experiment. Has that been circulated? It's not on the agenda until later, but it adds to the one that was issued late last week. It adds a further option. Right, if I may ask if there's any any apologies? Don't think there are actually. Waiting for Councillor Shield. That's about it, I think. Can I ask if anybody has any declarations of interest? You can make them now or whenever the item comes up that it relates to.
Chair,
Yes, Councillor
I'm
Stajan.
a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and that impinges on everything that the City Council does.
Okay. Anybody else got anything? No? Okay, we'll move on to the minutes of the last meeting on pages 5 to 12 of the agenda. Any comments on those? Any concerns? Can I sign them as a true record then? I can, thank you. Public questions. We have a public question now, I believe.
No, Kevin Roberts decided to go to JSEF.
Okay,
So
the
he won't be here.
The question has withdrawn his question. So we'll move on to item 5, which was to note the record of urgent decision taken by the Executive Councillor for Finance, Resources and Transformation, and to approve funding of the construction of the Cherry Hinton Hub. It's to note, thank you. On to item 7. I believe the leader is going to invite Anna Smith to speak.
I would like to invite Anna Smith to speak, and I can see Anna on the old webcam thing.
Right,
Thank
Anna,
you,
would you like
Chair.
to introduce yourself and your topic?
Thank you, Chair. I should point out that I'm travelling down to the LGA conference in Bournemouth, so I do apologise in advance if I lose any signal during this, but I'm happy to rejoin the meeting later should that happen. So I'm Councillor Anna Smith. I'm the board member on behalf of Cambridge City Council for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, where I'm also lead member for Transport and Deputy Mayor.
Can you hold on a minute,
So-
Anna? Hold on a minute. We're having difficulty with the sound, I think. Is it loud enough for everybody? Okay? Okay, carry on, Anna.
Do you need me to repeat that, or did you get that?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so what I will do is I will give a short update on some of the key highlights from the last month, and I'm very happy to take any questions and questions that I'm not able to answer right now. I'm very happy to obviously have a report circulated. You will see in your agenda pack that you have the decision sheet from the last Combined Authority Board meeting. We have another Combined Authority Board meeting coming up in July. So some of the things that have been happening, we have a new chief executive in Rob Bridge. He has now joined. We have given our thanks to interim chief executive Gordon Mitchell for the incredible work that he did steering the ship in the interim and supporting the Combined Authority. The Combined Authority has also expressed its sadness to hear of the death of Bob Kerslake. Bob was working with the Combined Authority Improvement Board, and we have passed on our condolences to Sir Bob's friends and family. We've also held a Combined Authority induction programme recently for all new Combined Authority board members and committee members and all returning Combined Authority committee members, and it was really good to have so many people together in person at the wonderful Peterborough University, which the Combined Authority is a partner in funding and supporting. It was also really encouraging at the Combined Authority board meeting to hear the report from the March Audit and Governance Committee, where the independent chair reported what he said he felt was the first sense of genuinely increased confidence in the CPCA improvement, and it was very good to hear his confidence in the improvement that's happening. Sadly, we had to postpone the vote on the local transport and connectivity plan. We are hoping to be able to discuss that at the next principles of that, so that we knew that we would be able to see that through
Sorry, Anna, you've frozen now. I'm afraid we can't hear anything.
We are talking now about increased.
Can you
Sorry,
repeat,
can you hear me?
repeat the last bit, please? Could you repeat the last bit, please?
The local connectivity plan, which we were. Hello?
Yes?
Right. The local transport and connectivity plan, which we were hoping to take through the board in the June meeting, has now been postponed to the July meeting. I don't know if committee members heard, but certain of the members of the board do have, in effect, a veto on that plan, and we wanted to ensure that that could go through, so some changes have needed to take place. So we hope to be able to now take that through the July board. The government is also talking about further devolution measures. That has been flagged to the board. We don't have details at the moment, but I will obviously keep this committee informed. We've also had a number of parliamentary events, including a roundtable on lifelong learning with the Workers' Education Association, and we recently welcomed Active Travel England to a visit to the Combined Authority to showcase the good work that's going on. I'll pause there. Very happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Bick has her hand up.
Yeah, Chair, I'll try and ask a question. I mean, it's not ideal circumstances while someone answering it is driving a car somewhere, but I would like to ask in relation to the local transport and connectivity plan, what the story is so far as Councillor Smith is concerned. We see that it was deferred, but that seems to have been after one of the members of the board expressed views that were diametrically opposed to its content. I would be very grateful if we could have Councillor Smith's comments in relation to that, and also some sort of explanation about what the process is going forward to try and arrive at a new local transport plan. And also I would be grateful if she could confirm that until such time as we have agreement on a new local transport plan, that the old one remains in force.
Okay, did you get all that, Anna?
I did.
Would you like to respond?
Can you hear me, committee?
Yes.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I am not driving a car. That would clearly be very dangerous. I am being driven. Some issues, the short answer, Councillor Bick, is that some issues were raised very close to the committee by the leader of Peterborough Council, and those issues we couldn't resolve before the committee, and the leader of the council had expressed that he was not willing to vote for the plan unless those issues were resolved, and Peterborough had to vote for transport related items or the item cannot go through. There has been, I should say, significant amount of engagement up to that point. However, issues were still raised. We have obviously had further conversations since then, and we will continue to have conversations up to the next board meeting. We are hopeful that we are able to table that, but I'm not going to count my chickens. And obviously I will keep the committee informed. The local transport plan in existence stands until the new plan is passed. So we do have a local transport plan. It is already quite a robust plan, but this one is clearly better and we want to see it passed as soon as possible.
Councillor Bick, you want to come back?
Yeah, if I could just make a follow-up comment to that, Chair. The comments that were made by the representative from Peterborough seem to suggest to many who heard them that, that the local transport plan was being used as a sort of dividing line in populist politics. And I don't think there's anything in the local transport plan that was going to enforce the Peterborough area to do anything that it didn't want, but was going to enable other parts of the area to do what they chose. And I do look for the time that we can have a better governance over these matters, where if Peterborough really do want to have a leader of their council who just wants to use these policies to play politics with, then we don't have to. Thank you.
Not really a question, but did you want to answer anything, Hannah?
I will do actually. Councillor Bick, I agree. I'm going to use the word regrettable, and I hope you appreciate the force with which that word regrettable is being used. It really was not a situation we wish to find ourselves in. As you say, Councillor Bick, there is no intention in the local transport plan to force any council to do anything they don't want to do. It is an excellent plan. There are lots of superb transport policies within it for the whole of the region, including things like the Ely area capacity, which we all need right across the region. So I'd absolutely echo your thoughts. It's extremely concerning that we were in this position.
Right, other questions, anybody? No? Okay. I've found here that the Executive Council for Finance, Resources and Transformation has approved this recommendation, but there isn't one.
Yes, that's a mistake.
Okay, it's just a
Apologies.
note. Okay. Okay, that item's to note then, thank you. Move on to item 8, collection charges. Is Councillor Moore available yet?
So it doesn't appear that she's on. We would advise Councillor Dean to make inquiries.
Okay. Oh, in the absence of Councillor Moore, we'll move on to item 9. That's the Place Group Resource for Key Projects. That's on... Okay. Yeah, we understand Councillor Moore will be about half an hour late, so we'll take her when she gets in touch with us. Right, can I ask Gemma Little to introduce the Greater Cambridge Impact Fund? Have I got the right one? No, I've got the wrong one, sorry. Jumped ahead,
Place
sorry.
Group Resource, Dave Princep.
Yeah, Dave Princep, of course, on the Place Group Resource. Would you like to introduce that, Dave?
Thank you, Chair. So this report is seeking additional resource to be part of the Place Group. The Place Group is tasked with delivering some of the key programmes and projects for the Council, and these are set out in 1.1 of the report. And these include delivering the asset management plan to meet net zero carbon and minimum energy efficiency standards, rationalisation of the Council's office and civic accommodation through the corporate space strategy, refurbishment of Market Square, and also the General Fund redevelopment programme for commercial property. And reports have been to this committee before, covering most of those particular programmes and projects. Some of these projects will lead to savings or new revenue streams and capital receipts, and that was set out in the background reports previously. The roles that we're seeking to recruit to are to help deliver these capital projects connected with these programmes. These projects aren't yet fully defined and costed, and that's why they're not on the capital plan. So the roles we're looking to recruit to will help do some of the early design, costing and option appraisal on these projects, and then they can be added into the capital plan for approval. And where they do generate income and savings and capital receipts as the schemes progress, that information will be included as the projects are approved and brought forward to be included on the capital plan. There have been some queries from people about whether the funding here should be from reserves or capital funding. But just to clarify, these are effectively the same pot of money as capital schemes are funded from reserves. The differentiation between the two items as discussed in the report is more to the accounting convention. So some costs such as options, appraisal and feasibility can't be charged as capital, but they can be funded from reserves. and this earlier funding is needed to develop the individual projects, hence the ongoing funding set out in the report. So in summary, this is effectively a rolling funding to bring forward projects for the capital plan to deliver the investment programme that we've set out in 1.1 of the report and deliver the associated benefits such as net zero carbon, additional income generation and capital receipts. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Right, if you have any questions, Naomi, would you like to put your question?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the top of page 39 and the table of salaries. While the Green and Independent Group very much supports putting additional resource into retrofit, we did think that the salary figures looked a bit top-heavy, and we wondered if there was a plan to, this is just the initial head team, and there was a plan that more junior people would be recruited later as the team grows, or whether there's an intention that subcontractors would be used to actually deliver the projects. Thank you.
We've looked at salaries that we think we need to attract people to do these roles, and these are quite important projects. And when you look at things like net zero carbon, we've got to compete in the market to get people in to do those roles. So we've set the salary levels as to levels we think are appropriate, and also how they fit with existing structures we have within the teams. Things such as the senior development manager, that's a key role in terms of delivering the office accommodation and some of the general fund scheme works. And again, that fits with some of the other team members we have doing that type of work. And we are competing in a very competitive environment with getting that development expertise we need to take those projects forward. And where we can use more junior staff, we will use those staff. It's more likely to be alongside those senior staff delivering those works. As we go forward, these are the people who are managers within the council, but we will be engaging sort of design consultants, architects and others to work with us to take these schemes forward. They're high value schemes. If you look at the previous reports, these are significant value schemes that need the right people managing them.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dave.
Councillor Young, is it?
Yeah. Who is the councillor in charge of this project? I mean, the sort of lead councillor. Who's the lead councillor?
Executive Council comes under is Finance and Resources.
Finance, so it's you. Oh, great. So I wondered whether you could just take us through the benefits. You know, my initial reaction on reading the paper was I didn't understand. I couldn't see what the business case was. And I was referred in our briefing to the background papers, and I'm afraid there was nothing like what I was expecting in terms of a business case. So I wondered whether you could. I mean, I understand that these are employees to try and put some numbers together, but some kind of indicative note of what the benefits are for each of these would be great.
The microphone not working. Can you borrow that one?
Okay. So as the officer just remarked, this is a report which follows on from previous reports which have been considered by this committee, setting out the various capital programmes. So if you look to papers at page 38 and the bullet points there, it refers to the office accommodation programme and £23 million refurbishment, repair and maintenance costs. You've got then the asset management plan and the investment that's going to be made into the net zero carbon target. And then lastly, you've got the general fund property development programme, where there's about 10 properties which have development value, which will include a combination of new housing and new provision of commercial property. And it's considered that that programme will realise something in the excess of around £10 million benefit to the council. So if you want to go into drill down in a lot more detail, then I think the officer needs to respond at that level. But that's the overview about what we're doing here.
Can I respond, Chair?
Do go ahead.
Yeah. So I can see that sets out the costs. But you've mentioned, it says here, like, for example, you said 10 million. It's the kind of the first indication I've had of what, what the benefit. And so it's clear what the projects are. My question is really around, well, what are the benefits? What indicative? Well, what are we looking at?
You've jumped on a moving bus. Okay. All this has been considered before in previous reports, but I think the officers can help you in more detail on the response to this question. I mean, one of them is around office rationalisation, the reduction of costs, and the amount of space, and having the appropriate space in the right places, and so on and so forth. But I think the officer can deal with the rest of this question.
Do I have any further questions? No? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hopefully with the reports I shared, that showed where we'd got the information from, the figures we were using, and it was slightly historic. This is about taking forward the schemes and doing the detailed design, costing analysis, and developing those business cases. And for example, with the asset management plan, we had some preliminary work done on a range of properties to show what we thought those costs were likely to be. This is about taking that forward and doing more detailed design and getting items on the capital plan with a lot more detail as what it may look like. The asset management plan is also phased over a period of time, and we could get reports done on every property at this point in time, but technology will change over the 4 or 5 years of that programme. So anything we did work now in that particular, on some particular properties, wouldn't be of any use in 5 years' time. So this is about developing that rolling programme, and in the asset management report, we set out how we prioritise the properties and which ones we would look at first. So they were the higher consuming properties that we would focus on, and we broke them down into 3 lots of priorities with an intention that we would focus on the high priorities first, feed through when we've done the initial work we proposed to do here, that would feed through to the following year's budget rounds to say this is the funding needed to deliver those particular properties, and then we move on to the next priority, etc., etc. And the same with the General Fund Redevelopment Programme. We had numerous schemes that we had costed, did some work with Carter Jonas previously to develop some schemes, but they were quite historic in terms of figures. So we know what the schemes are like to be in the properties that will be included. We now need to move those forward and get a reassessment of costs, values, etc., and then bring that forward for approval. And this is the piece of work that's needed to do that. Without doing this piece of work, we don't have that information to bring and get capital projects approved.
Yeah, so no, I understand all of that. The projects all sound very good. My point is, though, just I couldn't find the level of income expected. I mean, you've asked us to recommend spending some money. It all sounds good. I would have liked to have seen something that said, these costs in this report, because I did look in the other reports, and maybe I missed it, but I found it hard to see exactly, how this fitted into the whole grand scheme. Would have been helpful to see, well, the expected income is going to be something in the order of 10 million, in which case the expected cost of 100,000 costs for that particular project is fair enough and will be funded from reserves. So that's the piece that's missing for me in this, is an indication of the benefits that will accrue from the money that's going to be spent. It all sounds good stuff. So that was my point I was trying to make.
Councillor Davies, did you want to contribute?
Yeah, very briefly. I think it's less about the income, it's more about the ability to deliver what we promised to do in the October S&R meeting, i.e. to sort this building out and to look at Mandela House. And unless we have the staff in place, we won't be able to do the job properly. So it's really vital that we have these people up and running and in part of the process as quickly as possible, because this is one of the most major pieces of work we'll do as a council in the coming 4 or 5 years. And I think it's almost like we need to do this bit before we can give you the information you require. But once that principal decision was made last October, we have to crack on with it.
Maybe,
Agreed.
maybe it would help, but we've been doing this, following this procedure for some time, in that when we carry out a large capital scheme, cut some of the staff costs incurred in generating the scheme are capitalised as part of the cost of the scheme. What we're doing here is acknowledging up front that money is needed and using the reserves temporarily until the work's done, then the reserves will be refunded by capitalisation of the costs. Does that help?
Yeah, all I'm saying is we're being asked to approve expenditure. Maybe it's because I've come along in the middle of it all and I haven't seen the background, but I would have liked to have seen in the report something along the lines that said this will help in this project, giving us a benefit of X amount of income or saving in cost from the closure of, Mandela House or something, or whatever, So an indication of the benefits, that's what I was after, but never mind. I think you've answered the question. You don't need to tell me again what the projects are. Thank you.
Take Princep.
Just in the background reports, there was financial information in the background reports in the appendices which set out the various schemes and even sort of profit margins. There's quite a lot of information in there. That is what we need to revisit. And also with the office accommodation report, it did set out expected costs, capital receipts and income from past letting parts of the Guildhall or Mandela. It may not have been in the detail, but that was the next piece of work is to develop that and say exactly what that will be in the current climate. I'm happy to meet with you and go through that to clarify that if that would help. But I think this next piece of work is what is needed to get that detail that you're seeking.
Right, any further questions? In that case, if I take you to the recommendations on top of page 36, recommend to approve the funding of the additional resources as set out in section 4A of the report. I see all those in favour. It's unanimous, I think.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith, Simon Smith, do you accept the recommendation?
I accept the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 10, which is Greater Cambridge Impact Fund. And Gemma Little, I believe you are as our economic development manager, you're going to introduce this report. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So to introduce this report, which sets out the case for the Council to improve a seed funding investment from the general reserves, a one-off investment, to help help provide the seed funding for the establishment of an independent social impact investment fund, working title Greater Cambridge Impact. The purpose of the fund is very much to address issues of inequality in the city, improve health and well-being, and address issues like homelessness, social mobility, etc., which are all kind of outlined in the full report and based upon a year's worth of research and feasibility work, which we've carried out with partners at Takes a City and Achieve Good consultants, resulting in the establishment of a development board that's now in place to oversee the set-up and establishment of the fund. The reason we're requesting the funds now is because we have quite a detailed business case that's been provided to the committee, which shows the case for investment in terms of a solid pipeline for the fund to invest in with projects that will make a huge difference to the city, and also evidence of demand in the social impact investment sector. So the work we're presenting in the report is the result of significant research, partnership and stakeholder discussions, and as I say, we're seeking approval for seed fund investment to provide the staffing and capacity we need to set up the fund and draw in investment from others that are also noted in the report, particularly other private sector partners and public sector partners alongside the council, to leverage up to £6 to £15 million of investment alongside the councils. We're also seeking approval to bring a case for further investment back of a further 800,000 at a later date. I hope that sets out the case, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vick. Oh, yes, sorry. We have been issued from confidential papers, which you must remember that you should not disclose. If you think there's any, if you want to disclose those figures, we'll have to clear the meeting of the press and public. But do let me know if you wish to do that. Councillor Vick.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to welcome this report and the initiative that underlies it. It's close to something that we ourselves proposed recently in a recent manifesto. Our name for it was a cohesion fund, which is a way of describing some of the things that what is proposed here would also achieve. I have a series of questions, however, as I think this is a complex proposal and structure that is being put on the table. The first of these is about the role of employers and businesses in the city in relation to a fund like this, trying to achieve social outcomes, a lot of which could be connected to the fast growth in the city that they have contributed to. And it seemed to us when we were thinking about this that a fund like this really ought not to rely only on contributions from other public sector organisations like ourselves, which is what is being presupposed as I read it. It should be inviting funding from businesses and employers in the city to put back a little bit more than maybe they do already, although some do, I understand. But it ought to be, in my opinion, a vehicle for that too, and not just existing public sector organisations which have, to a greater or lesser extent, some kind of social remit already. It isn't expanding enough beyond that simply to finish with them. And so I'd be very interested in officers and members' comments on that particular angle of looking at this. I would also like to ask about the role. I'd also like to ask about the role of members in relation to a fund like this, because I see in the proposal that there is a very impressive, illustrious board proposed for the fund. I understand that the concept is that it would be legally separate from the City Council itself, but I think it is a legitimate question to ask about the democratic dimension of something like this, not because there may be a disagreement, although it would probably help to make sure there wasn't, but clearly other aspects of the City Council are dealing in this sphere of social investment as well. And so working together with a fund like this, so far as members were concerned, would be a way of ensuring that we were keeping off each other's toes and ensuring 2 + 2 = 5 rather than less. The third point I want to make is it would be really helpful if officers could advise us on presenting this fund to potential funders. What is explained to them as what's in it for them? What is the case for them to contribute as funders? I think that's important. We're being asked for seed funding in this recommendation. So is that an appropriate question to ask in relation to our funding as well? What is the bottom line in terms of our objectives out of this as well? And then the final point I want to raise is that I think in this area of social investment, there is a very difficult to manage watershed between funding projects as investments to build capacity and then to hand them off, having built that capacity, to the capacity that has been built, on the one hand, and on the other hand, simply it ending in ongoing service provision, where you can end up with a bigger and bigger payroll, as it were, or dependency of more and more organisations, and that may not be a realistic thing or may not be a desirable thing. I'm just interested to hear conceptually, are we talking specifically about capacity building projects with a beginning and an end, or are we talking about things which could turn into ongoing provision, which may sit a little bit awkwardly with the type of funding that goes into this sort of fund? So those were my comments. I'd be really grateful for some response to clarity around those, please.
Okay, Chairman, would you like to respond to that? Or Robert?
Thank you. I'll respond and I'll ask Robert to come in when I need him, because we've been working together on this project. I think in terms of the first question and the role of the employers and the private sector in the city, they have very much been part of the engagement process that we've carried out to date. We reference in the report work we're doing with Innovate Cambridge, which includes people like Cambridge Innovation Capital, talking to them about how the fund can provide a vehicle for tech investors to reinvest some of the profits that they make from the city, and those discussions are underway, but we can't talk in any detail about them at this stage. But those discussions have been positive and fruitful. So that is very much part of the setup that we envisage of the fund. We've also had discussions with bodies like Cambridge Ahead, who have an ESG group that have also expressed real support for the establishment of this fund, including offers of pro bono support around the fund itself as part of the structure. So we get pro bono support, for example, from lawyers in the city who work with our social sector organisations to help boost their capacity, alongside the opportunity for those companies to also contribute. So the vision for the fund is very much to have a mix of different funders, including institutional funders like Big Society Capital and others that are referenced in the report. So it's very much not just about the public sector, it's about using public sector monies to leverage in opportunities that we don't currently take advantage of at the moment. So I hope that answers the first question. I don't know, Robert, if you want to add anything to that. Okay. I will try and answer the question about the role of members. I think this is something that's very much up for discussion and will be finalised and firmed up with the establishment of the fund. Your question relates to the governance of the fund structure. And part of the seed funding and the next phase of work is to look at the legal structures and the governance of the fund itself. But we've been looking into various options, and I think it's fair to say that if the council agrees to be a full investor at a later date, then it might expect to have a seat on the board alongside other investors as well. But I think that's something that will be looked at as part of the next phase of the work. So I think that answers that question. I think, sorry, I've actually written down all the questions in my scribbly writing, and there were about 4 or 5 of them, so you might have to help me out with the third.
The next one was what's the pitch to funders?
Oh, the pitch to
What's
funders.
in it
Thank you
for
so
them?
much. Thank you. So as part of the next phase, I mean, the pitch to funders is about the social return on investment that they can make, that they can gain through investment. So the fund will be structured in such a way that it has clear outcomes that relate to impact investors' outcomes, including our own. So that will need to be clarified, and as part of the investment pitch, there'll be a clear pitch on these are the outcomes that you can achieve by investing in this fund. And in my experience of funds, there are a lot of funds that offer environmental returns, but not so many that offer social. So I think it's actually a really excellent opportunity for the city to lead the way in that, alongside others that have done it before us, such as Bristol and Liverpool, referenced in the report. And then the other return on investment is a financial return. So some investors will want to see a financial return, but perhaps a smaller scale investment than you would on the sort of more commercial fund market. So for most investors, there would be a combination of social and financial return, because the funds will be offered to social sector organisations, a sort of patient investment capital, if you like, that will help them invest in sustainable long-term projects. And I think that leads quite nicely on to your last question, which is about the sustainability of the investments and, beyond capacity building. I think the vision for the fund is to convene people around causes and outcomes and help develop sort of more scaled up interventions than would normally be able to be achieved using the traditional public sector funding and shorter term funding. So the fund's vision is very much about putting investment in things that can then provide ongoing returns on investment and become self-sustaining in their own right. So, for example, the acquisition of an asset, the creation of something, the creation of service provision that is more attractive to commissioners, etc. So the fund isn't set up to provide sort of service provision could be part of it in terms of outcome commissioning, but the main aim of the fund is to set up sort of and boost the capacity of our social sector organisations in the city to a state which they just can't access at the moment because there isn't that kind of funding to support them. I hope that answers your question, Robert. Do you have?
You go ahead, Councillor Biggs.
Just to clarify, because there's so much around the terminology in that last question. So boosting the capability of a social organisation so that it no longer needs that support, or boosting it so that if it was taken away, they would flounder and they would need another solution. That was really the essence of the question.
Go ahead, Robin.
Chair, may I answer that? Thank you. It's a good question. It's a hypothetical about what this thing may do in future once it's set up and if it had investors and it was looking at a particular proposition. But I think generally in funds that have worked effectively like this, there is an investment committee, so you'd look at each instance on on an individual basis. What you wouldn't want to do is create dependency from this. So that's key. And just to clarify, the board is just a development board. So the actual governance of this entity, should it get support, is something that needs to be worked out in future. And I think that's the key. We've taken it as far as we can. working internally, working with partners. And it does require someone really to own it and to lead conversations with corporates, with philanthropists, with other social investment funds. And we convened an investor kind of discussion workshop at the Guildhall about 4 months ago and got really positive responses. So we think, but unless we've got more capacity and someone who's really specialist at this to develop it, it's beyond our ability as officers to really get to the point where we can leverage in this additional wealth from Cambridge. And the one other thing that came through from a couple of very large businesses that are seen as part of the Cambridge phenomenon is that they recognise that unless they give back to the local community in a visible, impactful way, then their legitimacy is undermined. And I think that part of the gap that they told us about was, at the moment, their CSR is quite small scale. And if there was something that had a degree of consensus that was shaped by the City Council, by the objectives that members care about. And we also had a session with civil society in the third sector, the things that they really care about. It would act as this convening agent around big issues, whereas at the moment there's a lot of activity, but it's not really brought together. So I think there is, the council's role in this is pivotal to getting it off the ground, giving it direction, and giving it a set of objectives. And it's the role of members in future is definitely a question mark, and one to work through. In the two examples in the report, which are some of the most prominent or the best examples we could find, there are council officers on the governance, but there aren't politicians on the governance of both Bristol City Funds and the Liverpool Kindred model. That's not to say there couldn't be in Cambridge.
If I could just quickly round off those questions. I mean, I completely get the rationale behind this initiative revolving around a standalone or an arm's length entity. I think one has to be realistic about that. But I do think that there is dialogue in the elected environment like this, which can enrich the work of whatever that fund does, because I think that we have one foot in this territory already, maybe a little bit more blurred with a lot of other things we do, but I do think that we can help the legitimacy of this kind of fund by the conversations in this council somehow filtering into what this fund does. And I just want to leave it at that from my point of view.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I wanted to know who was going to do the actual work. Presumably the board members you said were sort of fairly high level. Who's going to actually, are they going to be employees? Are they going to be officers in the council? Who's going to be doing the work of this company?
Gemma, could you answer that?
Yes, I will try. I think it's we've put in the report funding is needed for an exec director role, as Robert described, that would sort of own and take the project forward. In terms of finding the right person for that role, they would most likely be employed by the City Council, either as an interim or as a sort of member of staff, but it's very much an appointment for a set period of time in terms of the seed funding, and then after that, I think that there would be further consideration of how the fund would be staffed. But in the business case, we've outlined there's consideration of the staffing levels needed for something to be operated. So there's a bit more detail in the confidential report around that.
Yeah, so that's the sort of the build-up period. I just meant going forward, is there an idea that there's going to be a department in the council, or you just don't know yet?
No, sorry. No, it would be an independent body. So the fund we're suggesting that needs to be set up would be established as a separate legal entity from the council. So the employees would be employed by the fund, not the council.
Yes, further question?
And are the board members going to be paid?
All of this detail is set out in the report, Councillor Young, including that the board members are giving their time on a pro bono basis at the moment, and there's an annex on paragraph 313 which details the costs around the development. At the moment, there's a project team of myself, Gemma, and a couple of other volunteers from across the council, and I think we've taken it as far as we can with the expertise we have internally. There's a degree of momentum behind the proposal, so if we want to take it forward, we do start to now need some specialist support. I think what has been really catalytic is Anthony Ross, who is OBE, who lives in Cambridge and knows the investment community here, but is a really renowned social investor from Bridges, and recently has set up a similar vehicle like this for Bridges, which operates in the UK and internationally. So he's providing his time entirely free and out of goodwill, and that's the spirit of which I think we're trying to engage anyone else who wants to help on this, because it's a really difficult thing to do well.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. And also thank you to Councillor Young for asking one of the questions on my little list. In speaking, I know that some of you are aware that my day job is an accountant, but this isn't the sort of accountancy that I do. So please don't overestimate my intelligence and knowledge. I am on exactly the same level as the rest of you here. So, Gemma, question 2, structure. And here, I'm looking at page 126 on the pink pack, but I'm not going to quote from it, so I don't think we need to take the meeting offline. But I'm just mentioning that so other councillors can look at what I'm talking. I'm slightly surprised at the decision to go for a company limited by guarantee. It's very much an old school structure, and one of the reasons for the new generation of structures, such as community interest companies and charitable incorporated organisations, is that they're a real pain to run. And also, it can be quite difficult to get a bank account for an old style company limited by guarantee. And this can cause significant delays. I also do not understand why it should be harder to get a CIO registered for charitable commissioners than a company limited by guarantee. And I would ask you just to take away and look at the setting up of a bank account issue and query whether it isn't, you don't have to stick with the same structure. If you think it's faster to get a company limited by guarantee, why not set one up and convert to a better, more modern structure at the earliest possible alternative? Okay. Question 3, funding. My workday experience is definitely in the old sector, not the new technology sector. I know that there seems to be a perception that the corporate world has a wall of money just waiting to go into sort of charitable and third sector projects. However, and it's true, all the organisations I've worked for have had a substantial charitable and community involvement. But the point is, they already have that involvement. One of my former employers has a link with the Youth Hostel Association that goes back over 40 years, and that's not even their longest standard charitable partnership. I think that if we go ahead with this, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, I do think it's a risk worth taking, but I think if we go ahead, we have to be very clear that we do so in the knowledge that we may have to write off all our initial investment and that we're totally comfortable with that. My fourth point is tax relief. I hate to say this, but when people are doing a charitable project, quite often they want to get some tax relief out of it. And I'm not quite sure how your fund will be structured and whether gift aid and other charitable reliefs will be available. So I just put that as a question going forward to Gemma. I don't expect her to answer it tonight. I would like her to take it away and think about it. And also, if you're talking about possible investment products where there may be a return to investor, this sounds to me like something that's regulated under the Financial Services Act. I can see Gemma's nodding, so she's already there, but there are significant set-up and running costs and also delays involved with that. So I'm just sounding a warning. And finally, Councillor Bick has talked about giving investors what they want to get out of charitable involvement. And in some ways, a central fund does offer something that investors do want. I'm sure we all recall the collapse of Kids Company. It's very painful for many of us, and also very damaging to the reputation to some of its more prominent supporters. Many organisations do not have the resources to oversee their charitable and community investment. And if the council and its new fund can show itself as a safe pair of hands that takes this risk away from investors, I think that would be seen as a very large advantage. I'm not saying that large corporates can't manage their charitable involvement, but if you have somebody who's competent to manage that involvement, there's usually other things they could be doing which would earn you more money. So I think that is a genuine advantage. So I'm actually saying something nice. But another issue is that quite often organisations don't want to just give money, they want to give time. And there are some very cynical reasons for this. It's a way of resolving some of your sort of resourcing and over-resourcing issues. And this one is a query that I would like Gemma to answer rather than me just making a statement. Whether you thought about how you can accommodate organisations who may want to get an inexperienced manager out there mentoring and practicing on an organisation that's not theirs to provide secondment opportunities to people who may be required by the organisation but are temporarily surplus. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to answer those?
I think firstly to say thank you, we can take that feedback on board, and a lot of the detail of what you've just described is something we're going to have to work through when we establish the fund, look at the governance, etc. So I think that the question that was asked was about how we can work with local companies to involve their staff in providing support to some of the beneficiaries of the fund, or perhaps do some of the work we want to do around convening and developing new projects that could be funded. So I mentioned before we'd have discussions with some companies in Cambridge around them providing pro bono support. So I think that would come under that. And that's very much part of the vision for the fund. There would obviously have to be some governance around that, and we'd need to think about how the fund staff would manage that activity. But that type of involvement is very much part of the vision, and a very good way of bringing private sector employees into the work that the fund will do. Because myself, I work on economic development, as you can see, and in terms of employment and skills, for example, employers not only play a key role, could play a key role in developing and supporting social sector organisations, but in terms of projects that we might like to fund, employers will play a key role in making these a success. So if we want local employers to, for example, employ people from some of our more disadvantaged areas, we need them to be also playing their part in the project. So I think there's a sort of two benefits of having that sort of pro bono involvement of local companies in the fund, and it's very much part of the vision for the project.
Thank you very much,
So,
Chair. I have
hold
no
on,
further
hold on,
questions.
hold on. Oh, okay. So the questions about the governance and the structure rather than the governance, they're just things you'll take on board and consider as you go along.
That was what I took from the way the question was asked, and references to things like the need for FCA sort of registration, etc. That's something we've considered, and we've also looked at partners we could potentially work with who have FCA approval anyway. But yes, I don't think I need to answer the question. I'd just take the statements that were made on board as part of the next phase, if that's okay.
Okay, Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. As others have said, I think this is an exciting project, but I do have some concerns about the governance. Now, I realise you've already answered that, and that's still to be sorted. So I wanted to focus on the reputational risk. And again, part of managing that clearly will be to put some appropriate governance structures in place. So I realise, again, that is still to be sorted. But as Councillor Bennett pointed out, we're now committing to at least this initial investment and then potentially the additional 800,000 later on. So that could be lost, and there's also the potential that projects that are funded don't work out in the way we expect. So I wondered if you could just talk about what has been done so far to manage reputational risk.
Go ahead.
I will try. I think, firstly, we've done a lot of research. We've done a lot of work. We've spoken to social sector organisations. We've spoken to potential investors. So we've kind of built what we think is a very strong pipeline of projects that could be investable and also satisfied ourselves that there is demand, if you like, from potential investors to put their money in. So we feel like we have got the project to such a stage where we need now to really do a final push before we can actually draw that investment down that we see there. So it's kind of, in terms of the financial risk, the 200,000 seed funding is there to help leverage additional funding to come in, and then a further business case will need to be brought back for the approval of the additional 800,000. So that's the financial risk. Reputational risk, I think, is we're managing that through the engagement with stakeholders and social sector organisations, and also, you know, as part of the governance arrangements, that there will be due diligence processes around the approval of projects. There will have to be scrutiny. One of the key roles in the team envisaged, I can't remember the exact job title, I haven't got the report right there in front of me, but there's two roles, and there's definitely someone that would be there scrutinising, doing the due diligence, doing the financial due diligence, checking the company accounts, and all of that sort of thing would be very much part of the process before approval. And I would also envisage that the board and the team would be working alongside the projects. They wouldn't just give the money and go, off you go. There would be reporting, there would be processes around clawback of funding or stopping of funding as well. So I think all of that will need to be considered in some detail. And Robert may wish to add something in terms of his experience, but or maybe not. I'll leave it to him.
You want to add anything, Robert?
Mayor, very briefly, I think it's a very good question. There are risks. There's no risk without reward. And in a sense, what we've tried to do methodically for a year is to gather the evidence, get people excited. I think there is a degree of excitement in this, but that's not to say it's not without risk. And it is a big decision, I think, to commit 200,000, and it does give the council a lot of influence over the direction of what happens next, in particular, any decision to release more funds. But at the same time, it's also really exciting because if the council can use its good offices and resources to leverage in 5-10 million pounds, which is invested over the long term in Greater Cambridge, that's a really worthy of very high praise. I have been involved in, I can give you an example, Councillor Holloway, where this was investing in a different social care model in some local authorities, some providers who work for local authorities across the UK. And it was a really interesting support model which brought people back in who maybe had left the employment market, who provided domiciliary care for residents generally below the social care threshold. And there were lots of institutional social investors, and that mainly large philanthropic organisations and big society capital. They're not going to get their money back at all. For every pound they've invested, they may get 40 pence back. But what they did do was more than triple the capacity of that particular form of provision, which is highly effective and does two things: brings more people in to provide care and provides the type of care that isn't currently catered for by social care market. So there's a very honest report about that, which said, yes, well, you're not getting a return, but they were quite happy because they'd learnt a lot, and they could claim to have almost tripled the capacity of this particular type of provision. So it would become more popular, more professionalised, and ideally adopted at national scale by the NHS or large social care providers or commissioners. So I think it's very rare, I think, that it's the financial motivation that drives people in these things, but it's putting their money to work in a different way is what gets people excited.
Councillor Goldthorpe-Wood.
Thank you. I mean, this is very exciting, and it is a departure from probably old-style Labour. One of the things, I mean, I better declare an interest that I have got quite a few investments in this type of thing, and I wondered how you're talking about the timing of this and possibly being able to invest in 2024-25. Now that is, have I misunderstood that? That's 311. The fund could be in a position to make investments from the beginning of the financial year 2024. That sounds really soon. How does that compare with other local authorities who set up investment funds or social impact funds? Thanks.
Could you respond?
Just this isn't a political point, Chair, but it was actually Gordon Brown in 2002 who set up the Social Action Task Force, which led to the creation of a social investment ecosystem in the UK. It's now one of the largest in the world. In terms of being ready, I think there's an ambition. We still need to do the work, but we're trying to give you an indication that if everything went well, you would want the fund to be in a position to make. So what we've been trying to do is identify a pipeline of those that are firmer propositions to invest in. Whether or not the fund, even if it's in a position to make an investment, can go through the type of governance decisions necessary to discharge that investment and for a project or a provider to be ready to take the investment is probably, I think, is a different question. And the way that is structured, again, so I think we'd like to have this set up and ready to go, but I think the commitment is in the report, and certainly a commitment from the Development Board, if this decision is taken today, to come back to Strategy and Resources, if that's the right forum, and provide further updates so that it's not just myself and Gemma, but you've got some other real experts who can provide you with an opinion directly from their own experience about how realistic some of the goals we've set out in here. This has been informed by feedback from all of the fund development board. So, until we start doing the more detailed work and the fundraising, it's hard to pin down exactly, but we would definitely want to come back and answer any further questions in future.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of our questions you haven't been able to answer because you haven't got that far. So, you know, all the questions around governance, the relationship with the council, exactly, you know, what the finances are. My question is really, are you planning on coming back with those details to the committee? I also think it's a great and very exciting thing. I should also say that, yeah.
Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's one of the key recommendations. And also the board is also really keen to develop a relationship with members of this committee, and in particular has invited the Executive Councillor to a meeting to come along and engage in that way as well. You know, it's not this is a dialogue. It's really important that the council is feeding in both from the officer side, but also from the democratic and from the member side.
Any further questions? I'll ask one myself then. I was thinking about the £200,000 that we're being asked to contribute, and thinking about the way most of the investors we're talking about would be investing for a return and possibly return of their capital. But we're not expecting to get this 200,000. It's effectively a donation to get the scheme going. Is that fair to say?
It's capacity to fund, to develop it.
It seemed to me that it would be useful for if it was possible for the fund to attract further donations of contributions, as we were talking about earlier. But I would wondering whether there's any possibility of capital donations to actually give this company something to see in the way of a capital base rather than just income.
I'd love to discuss that further with you, Chair, when we've got some more information, because one of the biggest gifts the council could give is a capital donation, and I think that would make it more attractive for other investors. Not all of them would require a financial return, but as Councillor Holloway and others have pointed out, some of these are risky, they're unsecured, but they're trying to do the right thing, so that's a really well-made point.
Yes, I too should share the enthusiasm for the idea and the potential. So I will add that. But can I just ask, I believe it's proposed to bring this matter back to Strategy and Resources. I think that's what we want. Before any further money above the 200,000 is released. Can you confirm that's correct, and when will it come back to us to review and assess?
I can definitely confirm that's correct, Chair. I suppose on timing-wise, depends how much progress we've got to come and share with you. I think we do need to work up and discuss with members the conditionality and how actually some of the conditionality can be helpful to the project, because it can help to in discussions with potential investors, philanthropists and corporates. But if it would be helpful to come back at subsequent S&R meetings in the autumn or have private briefings amongst this group, because I think some of the issues will be around the confidentiality of some of the relationships. If taking it offline, if there are interested parties, very welcome to do that as well. But certainly coming back with a paper for scrutiny prior to the Executive Councillor making a decision about whether or not the Council should invest in whatever entity comes out of this next stage.
Fine, okay. So on that understanding, any further questions? Councillor Young.
Well, surely we would, I mean, would be very interested in the governance structure and the cost structure, etc. I mean, that's not only the fact that we're going to invest, I'd like to understand how it is that we're going to be setting up this company. So in addition to being investing, I think as you suggested, we need to everyone needs to come back with what the plan is, please. I'd be very interested.
Yes, I can see your point. We will need to know what decisions are being made about things like governance and structure. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo the desire for regular review, but I'd also like to ask if it could be opened up outside this committee, because I'm aware that there are council members who are not S&R committee members who have significant third sector involvement. I'm thinking of Councillor Sam Davis, for example, who has an OBE for her community services. And I do think that maybe a separate session open to all members rather than the Strategy and Resources Committee session might be more appropriate.
Oh, Robert, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've had two all-member briefings on this to date, and Councillor Davies did come along to our third sector engagement event, and I think going forward, it's very clear in the recommendations that the determination of the governance, the legal structure, and also the regulatory implications of this, as well as some of the tax and subsidy regime, which is now changed, are all things that we need to work up in more detail. So a decision about whether or not the council would choose to invest in this need to be informed by all of those points, and that's the commitment in the paper. So we can't answer what we haven't yet done the work on, but I'm hoping that you'll agree that there's enough here that we could go and work this up. Councillor Smith is going to be, I think, involved in this and has described a similar process he went through to set up a very large community investment fund. So I think there's a lot of expertise, and if there are any members in any parties who have got insights, connections, potential pipeline opportunities, you know, we'd be really, really happy to follow up in more detail.
Fine, I think that's, we'd be happy with that. Right, so I think we have completed the discussion, so I'll take you to recommendations on page 42. There are 4 of them. I'm not going to read them all out, but basically we're allocating the 200,000 now and agreeing in principle, subject to review coming back to us. A further 800,000 contribution to the fund, and the rest of the items, as you see in D. Can I see all those in favour?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Simon Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for discussion, and thank you for accept the recommendation. I just want to confirm for the minutes on B that this was subject to S&R agreeing that sufficient progress has been made to secure the funding commitments of £5 million from other parties. So that's just for the record.
Okay. Right. Now, I don't want to move on to the next item. I want a short break. We've only been going an hour and a half, I know, but I want a short break now. We'll have another one in an hour's time, probably a better longer one. So can we come back at 7 o'clock? Or 5 minutes? 5 past. Thank you. We're restarting the meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee. We're going back to the item we were not able to deal with earlier, which is item 8. Thank you very much. This is the Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service Collection Charges, and Bodie Essen is online, I think, along with a colleague, and is going to introduce this item. Would you like to go ahead, Bodie?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. We're presenting here tonight the proposals to run a 4-day week trial for the waste collection services. What we're working on now is an optimization of the waste collection rounds. This is an exercise which is typically carried out about every 4 to 5 years for a service such as ours. This was last done in 2017-18, so it's due now. We have done the modeling to reflect the housing growth that has occurred over the last 5 years and also the growth that's expected in the near future over the next 2 years. As part of that exercise, we have also modeled what resources we need to enable us to trial a 4-day week collection service, which is what is presented here. And the cost of those of the trial will be met entirely from the operational savings that we had last year. We've presented all the details and we've had a few additional questions. We've submitted a further supplementary paper, and I think now we're happy to take any more questions that may still exist.
Councillor Moore, did you want to say something before we get into the main debate?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that this trial of the 4-day week for the waste crews is following, firstly, the 3-month trial that this committee approved for the shared services for the office staff in South Cambs, and that's, again, this committee has approved an extension to that for a year's trial. And so we feel it's very important that if office staff are having the opportunity to trial a 4-day week, and the benefits that that brings, particularly to health and well-being, but also recruitment and retention, that it's only right to extend that to our manual workers. And this is a South Cambs project, the 4-day week, but it's good to be able to take the opportunity, particularly in the waste service, where, as in all waste services, we have high levels of sickness, because obviously it's a very tough job, being outside, physically demanding, walking for miles in all weathers. But also we've really struggled to recruit. So I am happy to bring this trial to this committee and seek your approval so that we can see what difference it will make to the issues that we face in the service. I'd also just like to highlight in the paper that since the last round optimisation, we've seen a 10% increase in homes that have been collected from in the Greater Cambridge area. And in that time, we've only had one extra vehicle and crew needed. So we really need this route optimisation. The teams have been working really hard to keep our bins emptied. Thank you.
Councillor Young, you want to speak?
Right, thank you, Chair. Well, I completely agree with what the councillor has just said. I think it's a great thing to do to treat people equally, and this sounds like a really good thing to do. I'd like to understand the numbers, though.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you a second? I forgot to remind you that the confidential papers that have been issued cannot be referred to. I don't think you were going to, but just bear it in mind.
Good thing you reminded me, so yeah. So my point is, I'll talk in very general terms about them, is they seem a bit, the benefit, the cost reductions of this seem very low to me. You've talked about sickness, etc., and the benefit of introducing this and the reduction in that sickness it doesn't sound like a terribly big problem if I look at what's been put in here. And I believe you, so I'm just querying whether those numbers have, you've adequately reflected the benefit of doing this, is what I'm trying to say. Only one.
So it's a question for Bodie, I think, is it not? So,
Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Yeah.
I'll take that if that's okay. What we have tried to do is just to make sure that we don't overstate anything. Sickness is, we expect to see a significant drop in sickness just due to overall well-being and the extra day of rest that we're going to be giving our crews. We also expect to definitely see a reduction in agency costs. At the peak of the crisis we had about last year, we were using on average about 30, 40 agency staff. Now, at the moment, we're using about 10 to 12, so it's already come down. And we know definitely from first-hand feedback that that's because people are now more attracted to us because of the potential to work a 4-day week. So already that's having an impact. In terms of sickness, we're going to very closely monitor this. What we have estimated so far is our best guess, but we're going to very closely monitor this and we'll report on what the findings are. We expect it to be at least what we have said or better. What we didn't want to do was overstate what we don't really know. Other councils that have done 4-day week, they work much longer hours, extended hours. So we really have no benchmark to compare against. So this is what we think is our best estimate, but it's one of the parameters that we will be measuring during the trial and we'll be reporting back on.
Councillor Beck, do you want to?
Chair, could I ask why the information that was requested after the publication of papers is on a pink paper and therefore not published? I don't understand what is the constraint on this sort of information being in the public domain, and it really is, undesirable that we can't refer to specifics in it whilst in the public domain. Could I ask for some clarification about how that was judged and assessed as being something that couldn't be published?
Yes.
It was really...
Go ahead, Bodie.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Robertson. There's some data here to do with, it's exactly what we've just said, sickness, agency cost, fuel cost, that we just thought were borderline, and we didn't have enough time to really judge that. But after today's meet, we'll be very happy for the numbers to be public. There's nothing really untoward there. We're just not sure that some of the data may be sensitive. Like I said, sickness information to do with agency, information to do with fuel costs. We just thought those may be confidential. But also, there are some options here which we have since discounted. We're not going ahead with those options. So we didn't want to send the wrong message to the public. Those options were put in here because we got some questions saying there was a need to see how we arrived at this decision, at the option for this for 4-day week, I option C. So that was our rationale. And if none of this is deemed confidential, we're very, very happy for all the information to be public.
If I could just come back on that. I mean, I think that when the officer says that these are options we've discounted, I'm sorry, but until the Executive Council here and the Cabinet at South Cambridgeshire has made a decision, nothing is discounted. And it's completely reasonable for members of this committee to understand when they're recommended an option what the others are. And that's what I think, that's the reason that this paper was requested, not only by ourselves and the opposition, but I think also by the chair of the committee. And I'm just very concerned about a particular angle of this, because clearly the whole question of this 4-day week has become a sort of political knockabout now as a result of recent statements in the public domain. And I am a supporter of the trials that are envisaged, and I continue to be well disposed towards them. But I do believe that it's really important that we're transparent about what we do and why we do it, and on the evidential basis for that, because I think that is going to be very important in both explaining our decision to the public and defending it if the government is going to start sort of throwing things at what is done. And one of my concerns about the way this is arising now, when we're moving on to the waste service, is that we're trying to do two things at once. We're trying to do a route optimization exercise, which, as the officer says, is something that has to be done every few years, and in particular here because the population has grown a lot. And we're trying to address a trial of the four-day week. And my recollection of the previous times that we've done route optimizations is that however hard we want, it is always going to result in some disjunctures of performance. Just the change from one set of routes to another set of routes is going to result in some bins not being collected. And this last time we did it, I think members who were here then will remember that was a process that went on for several months. And there were a lot of residents who were upset about it. And over time, the thing was optimized even further and the complaints went away and it all worked well. My concern is that when this happens at the same time as moving to the four-day week, then the same scenario is going to be blamed onto the four-day week rather than the route optimization, which has always generated that kind of issue. And that's why, at least at the level of information, I thought it was important that we're able to separate the two issues so that we can understand what the costs and benefits of each of them are and hopefully explain it a bit better. But I do have a reservation about doing both things at the same time, simply because it will be very difficult to explain to the public what is happening for what reason.
I share your concern about getting to the bottom of what the differences are in cost as well as implementation. Councillor Moore is going to bring some further information, I think.
Thank you. Firstly, to go back to the previous question about the cost benefit being very low, I think that the larger cost benefits will be seen through the council as a whole, which in this case is more South Cambs, because obviously there are more cost benefits to be seen from the office-based staff. But as you said, it's very important to treat all of our staff equally and for the trial to be comprehensive and actually give us useful data. Then it's important to ensure that it also covers our manual workers. In terms of, are we trying to do two things at once? Well, we are doing two things at once, which councillors within this chamber have to grapple with. But actually for residents, it means actually there's only one change. If we went ahead with the route optimisation next week and we changed people's rounds and for some people changed their bin days, and then in September went to the four-day week, for some people we might have to change their rounds again. So it makes more sense to do the changes in one. And yes, I was newly in my role as exec the last time we did the route optimisation changes, and it was quite challenging, but they were very big changes because we were doing mixing the rounds for City and South Cambs and moving to a wholly different system where previously they'd been very random. They were moved into the sort of like a clock face of the city and the Greater Cambridge area so that rounds would be nearby to support. And I would say that if we're changing bin days, which we will have to if we're moving to a four-day week, actually we'll have more capacity within the crews because we will be moving to a four-day week. So there will be more crews and teams available. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I had spoken to the officer before, but I'm not quite sure how your name is pronounced, sir.
It's Bode. Thank you, Councillor Bennett, just Bode.
Okay, well, I've had the chance to have an email exchange with Bode, and I'd like to share some of that with you because I think it's very reassuring. For once, I'm not concerned about the money. I'm much more concerned about the quality of service. And there's some things about this trial that I really like, and I think residents will like too. One, the fact that the sort of non-working day is Monday. So every time we have a Monday bank holiday, we're not having these strange, confusing changes of bin days, which stress residents out so much. The second thing is the reduction in agency staff. With the Abbey demographic, I have a lot of older residents who need help getting their bin out, and it's much more likely that if you have familiar in-house people working on the bins, that the residents who need special help and support won't get missed out, or ring me wondering, saying, Naomi, what have I done wrong? My bin hasn't been collected. So I think I really, really welcome the change. And I also suspect that although sort of the route balancing does sound like it's a huge pain, I suspect that staff would be much more willing to cooperate with this when they have the carrot of the 4-day week in front of them. So thank you, Bode, and your team for all your work. And thank you for letting me share this with you.
Thank you. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. As others have noted, there are a number of different aspects that we might be trying to look at as part of the trial, and it could be difficult to determine what changes are being caused by what. But I just wonder whether you felt that 3 months was long enough for a trial, particularly for seeing changes in recruitment and retention patterns, possibly also well-being. Some well-being impacts could be much longer term.
Thank you, Councillor Holloway. I think you're right. We will not see all the impacts within 3 months, but definitely we should be able to tell whether the trial is working or not within 3 months. So the key parameters will be missed bins and just the overall quality of the service doesn't deteriorate. So longer term impacts like well-being, yes, we may not see the full impact within 3 months, but at least within 3 months, we'll get a sense, we expect that things are going in the right direction.
Councillor Holloway, anything else? No. Councillor Bajan.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm thoughtful about the fact that our staff will be reducing their hours, which is a good thing. I have a interest or a concern as to what our position will be if any of those staff apply to do agency work at the same time.
And I assume, just to clarify, that the question was they work 4 days with us and then go and do agency work on the non-working day. I presume that's what the question was about.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to be very fair, there's nothing we can do about that. That's just the simple truth. We would expect that they do take the day of rest, but even now, some of our colleagues work at the weekends. They work in bars, they do other work. We have absolutely no control over that. But we hope that they would at least see the benefits. They'll feel a lot better. And again, our pay scales have already improved. So we're losing less people now to the private sector. So we'd expect that they will make the most use of that non-working day. If people have already said they're going to do that and spend more time with their family, but we have absolutely no control of what they do on their non-working day. Can I ask Lee Helam just to add some more thoughts to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Bodie. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate and just make the point on the fact that at the moment a good deal of our staff do other jobs, and that's something that the HR team monitor through disclosing other work, and especially for our drivers, where it's very safety critical as well, that we monitor if drivers are doing other jobs when they should be resting. And we've got quite a strict regime in place for monitoring that by ensuring that all the drivers insert their driver's cards into the tachograph machine, and those are analysed weekly to ensure that drivers' hours are not only monitored for our employment but also for others as well. So we don't expect that to change with a 4-day week, and that's one of the things that we'll be looking at quite keenly.
Okay, Councillor Vick.
Thank you. Could I ask what provisions are made in this as a trial for it to result, let's say, in it not succeeding and having to revert to 5-day week working? I mean, if it is a trial, we have to accept that there's a question at the end of that and it could go either way. And I'm accepting what the Executive Councillor has said, and it's got a lot of force to it, that you don't want people to have to suffer upheavals repeatedly. So do you have a smooth path back if the trial was not to succeed to 5-day working? And the costs that would have been, are there any capital costs that would have been associated with going to the 4-day week, which we would then be surplus to requirements, and how would we handle that?
Thank you, Councillor Vick. Just to answer the second question, there are no capital costs at the moment. So the 2 additional vehicles that we would need for the 4-day week option, we're not planning to buy the new vehicles, to buy those vehicles yet in year 1. We have a replacement program for our vehicles. So after about 7 to 8 years, they're retired. We already have 2 vehicles that are being retired in June, so we'll retain them for an extra year at least. So there'll be no capital cost for the 4-day week option if that were to stop. The way we've modeled 4-day week actually is that we first modeled 5-day week, i.e. business as usual now. So we have identified the potential solution for optimizing the routes without 4-day week. We haven't developed those routes in detail as yet because we've developed the routes for 4-day week. But if we had to go back to 4-day week, we wouldn't be starting from scratch. So already we know the vehicle requirements we need for 5-day week. We know what that solution would look like. So we wouldn't be starting from a plain sheet of paper. What would I need to do is go back and develop detailed routes for the 5-day week scenario. What we have done also is just to make sure that we have the best chance of success with 4-day week. These new routes are being checked, rechecked, and revamped as we go along before we actually release them. But also, we are making additional provision, again, from lessons learned from the previous exercise 4 or 5 years ago. We're going to have extra lorries to be able to service any missed pins for the first month. We have 3 additional lorries we're going to be hiring. So we're doing all we can to make sure that when we do launch 4-day week rounds, they are as complete as possible. They would have been tested as well, but also we'll have additional resources available for at least the first 4 weeks to ensure that while the routes get embedded, while drivers learn the new routes, that we have backup capacity to pick up any missed pins.
Okay, Councillor Holloway.
We've talked mainly about the 4-day week so far, but I just wanted to pick up on a point in the report about the recycling rate. So the current recycling rate, 50.5%, government target by 2035 is 64%. Now I realise that part of our preparation for trying to reach that target is this restructuring of the rounds, but what else are we going to do to get there, essentially? I mean, part of it is clearly central government legislation and changes, but what else are we doing as a council and as a shared waste service to reach that target?
Thank you, Councillor Holloway. We've done quite a bit of research on that. So we know that the councils that are already hitting 60% recycling rate and more, there are a few things that they do that we don't yet. So for instance, they collect residual waste on a 3 weekly basis. So rather than fortnightly, they collect waste on a 3 weekly basis. They also have a separate collection of food waste. We've actually modeled those two scenarios as part of this exercise, but of course, we're not implementing those now. Like the previous questions, there'll be far too much change all at once. But once we settle down with these neurons and we can make provision for additional funding, we know that if we began to collect food waste separately on a weekly basis, definitely our recycling rates will go up. But also, if we reduce the frequency of collecting residual waste, the black bin waste, people will then be encouraged to put a lot more in the recycling bin as well. So those are two things that we know will definitely push up our recycling rates in the medium term.
Okay. I have a question myself. When we met in May for this additional Strategy and Resources Committee meeting to discuss the 4-day week in relation to the planners who we share with South Cambs, we were told that the 4-day week experiment for the refuse collectors would actually involve working an extra half hour each of the 4 days they worked. So actually they would be working 32 hours a week and not 30. Is that still the case? The proposal is for a 4-day week and 2 hours. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And why is that not in the report?
The 32-hour working week is in the report.
It doesn't mention the 2 days there. Well, anyway, you've confirmed it, so we record it. Of course, the concern is, of course, that the other officers in South Cambs who we employ or pay for are actually working 4 days without the extra 2 hours at the moment. When is that going to be equalised?
And that is something that South Cambridgeshire District Council has taken into account. As part of the last review, one of the questions that colleagues were asked was how many hours are they working over and above 30 hours? So there is some survey being done now to collect that feedback in terms of how many people are working more than 30 hours and how many hours. So at some stage, there will be an equalization. But for now, absolutely, the 4-day week trial for waste is on the basis of 32 hours.
Okay, I understand where we are for this item then. Okay. Any further questions, anybody? No, in that case, I'll take you to the recommendations on page 22. That is to note the rounds optimisation, the impact, and the approve of the trial, and note that South Cambs have already approved it as far as they're concerned. They're really happy with that? All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Okay. And Councillor Moore, your Executive Councillor for this item.
Thank you. I accept the recommendations.
Thank you.
And thank you to the team for all their work on the route optimisation and obviously all their work on emptying our bins day in, day out. Very important for our health and well-being as residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moore.
Okay, now I think we'll move on to item 11, General Fund Revenue and Capital Outturn. And Chief Finance Officer Caroline Laribo is going to introduce this, I think. Thank you very much, Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. So this report presents our General Fund Revenue and Capital Outturn for the year ended on the 31st of March 2023. It includes requests for carry forward of revenue items and also for rephasing of capital expenditure. Also included in this report are 3 requests for budget approval, as this report goes through to Council, who has the responsibility for approving budget requests. So these requests can be found in points 3.6 to 3.11 and include a £80,000 contribution to the Climate Change Fund to be paid from our general reserves, and also the two items you've already discussed on the agenda today, the £200,000 for the Social Impact Fund development and the funding for resources within the place group to deliver on our capital programme. Going back to the outturn, overall we have a £3.9 million underspend on portfolio expenditure. This is due to a number of items, but three main items being interest income well above our budget due to the increases in interest rates over the year in question, and also higher levels of cash balances. A considerable amount of underspend was a result of employee costs, which came well below budget across the council as a whole. And additionally, there was a contribution from central budget provisions. Following the adjustment for non-portfolio variances, which are mainly to do with business rates, we have posted a small overspend of 47,000 against our budgeted contribution to reserves. I'd just like to respond to a question that I know will be coming up. If I can take you to 3.1, the table, you will see the original budget of 24,253,000 has been adjusted to give a final budget. Those adjustments consist, as you can see, from the application of prior year carry forwards, and the other adjustments are predominantly on business rates and the difference between the timing of the way business rate hits our accounts and the unwinding of arrangements from the COVID years. If I can now move on to capital, we have an underspend there of 92 million on the capital programme, with 81 million requested for rephasing into 2023-24 and future years. There are some very big items within that. 40 million relates to the Park Street redevelopment project, where the scheme is on schedule, but the budget needs to be properly aligned, which we will do. There is 18 million relating to loans to the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which are highly dependent on the management of cash flows within KIP. And there is a 9.3 million relating to the new depot facility, which has an extended timeline. Moving on specifically to reserves, reserves have moved from 25.5 million at the beginning of the year in question to 28.1 million before carry forwards. However, if we consider the impact of carry forwards on that balance, they're just over 1.5 million. We will end up with a revised brought forward balance of 26.5 million on our general fund reserves. The that, I think, is a quick run through the main figures within this report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Right, Councillor Young, you wish to ask something?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with just a general, a more philosophical question is, what is behind increasing our reserves? Why are we doing that? We're in a time where budgets are very squeezed. We've budgeted an increase in reserves. What's the thinking behind that? Why aren't we spending more money, basically? Because even the budget is,
Yep. Okay. So we have a general policy at the moment of moving business rates growth into reserves, rather than using it to support ongoing service spending. This is because there is always risk on business rates growth. What we have achieved by doing that is a high level, a significant level of reserves, which has enabled us to look at our reserves as a source of particularly capital funding, often for the schemes that Dave Prinsep was talking about within his earlier report. So the expectation is that money within reserves will be used as capital schemes are brought forward for the modernisation and decarbonisation of the Guildhall, for the Market Square, and for other significant projects. What this means is that we will be able to deliver those projects, they're multi-million pound projects, without actually a requirement to borrow to do so. And that clearly saves, or will save, the general fund the costs of borrowing, interest costs, and also the minimum revenue provision. So while we hold high levels of reserves at the moment, there is thinking in train and plans to use those going forward. And other uses that are within our view is the expectation that we will use small amounts of reserves on a non-recurring basis to support budgets as we go through our transformation programme. And we currently have a policy of maintaining approximately 7 million of reserves as the prudent minimum balance, which is our contingency, reflecting the fairly significant reliance the council has on income, which is seen as risky, and therefore we are holding a significant level of reserves to mitigate that risk.
Councillor Davey, I think you want to make a contribution.
Very briefly, just to respond to Councillor Young's question, it's just to re-emphasise what Caroline said. It's a political decision that we need to require. On having made the decision last October to redevelop here the marketplace, it's then how do we spend it? How do we find the money to do so? There was some discussion, I think, either at the last council or council before, about whether we should earmark the reserves for that purpose, but I think at this stage we felt that was probably inappropriate, but it may come back later. But it's just to say, to reinforce Caroline's point, that was a political decision made at that time. But I do appreciate the point you're making. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and just sort of following on from that, if you look at Appendix A, page 153, looking at the net spending requirement and looking at how it's financed, there's a couple of things there that look potentially one-off or kind of short term, and I'd like someone to comment on that. So the settlement funding assessment, that accounts for 15% of our net spending requirement, and the other one is appropriation from earmarked reserves of 28%. I mean, we have good reserves, but I'm wondering, you know, what was that specific money that was spent because we had the reserves and it's matched against that? I mean, 28% of our funding coming from reserves is slightly worrying because we don't, I mean, that's not a permanent source of funds.
Yeah.
Caroline, yeah.
So first of all, the settlement funding assessment is our regular funding settlement from government, which comes mainly from our business rates. So that figure is dependent on the allocation of funding from government. The expectation there is that level will continue until the fair funding review is implemented, which we're currently expecting to be to impact 2026-27. So that is government funding essentially. Appropriations from earmarked reserves are there's a variety of things in there, and that will include the allocation of grant funding, so grant funding that is put into earmarked reserves and then applied against the expenditure that it is matched to. So as you can see, the final budget is very much in line with the outturn here. So this means that this was planned and therefore will vary year on year, depending on the level of grants that we receive and also the use of earmarked reserves. We're currently holding approximately 25 million of usable earmarked reserves, which as a leadership team we are currently reviewing so that we ensure that as we go into our budget setting process, we understand what is there and what is available for use. But it is interesting to note that those reserves substantially represent money that we hold with partners on shared endeavours, also grant balances and also some statutory reserves. So this is a fairly complex area, but something that we keep under review.
Right, Councillor Bennett, do you want to ask something?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have very many queries this time, mainly because I'm struggling to read the print and have managed to destroy my glasses. But I would like to ask you about the bereavement services drop in income. And it's inspired, sadly, by having been to quite a few funerals recently. Is our offer there sort of still keeping up with trends? I mean, increasingly, possibly because I'm a Green, I'm going to woodland funerals, and I understand that's not an option we offer. Are there any plans for that?
Councillor Bennett, I think that's probably not my area of expertise, but I can see that James Elms is online, and I wonder if I can call him to answer that question.
Thanks, Caroline. So the Councillor Bennett, the reason we have there is that there's competition in the marketplace. It's not so much woodland market funerals; it's more direct funerals. So the body goes to a crematorium, gets cremated and then comes back in a box of the house, so it misses out the middleman for that. We do offer that service, but it's in competition with large multinational companies that are kind of calling the market at the moment. The other one is that we've seen an increase in competition in the local area. We've seen a crematorium open at Huntingdon and one down near Saffron Walden over the period of time. So it's seen a reduction in our income. However, the thing we need to remember is that we're still making a profit from that site at the moment. It's worthwhile, although there is a separate piece of work that is going on at the moment to discuss where the future of the service lies.
Thank you.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on page 146 on the sustainable warmth grants and the significant amount of money that's been rephased there. So is that money that we are likely to be able to spend before it has to be repaid to the government? And if not, why not? Just because clearly that's some really valuable funding that we have, and I just wondered what had happened in the last year that we struggled to spend him, and B, how likely we are able to do that going forward.
My understanding on that one is that this is a fairly common issue across councils, in that it has been difficult to get take-up of these grants, and that it is difficult to find the fitters to actually deliver on the sustainable warmth projects. That is my understanding of that one. And it would appear from that there is a possibility that there will be the need to repay that in due course, or repay what is remaining. My understanding is that we'd have officers working in this area, obviously to minimise that.
Go ahead.
So thank you for that. Just to clarify, is the problem more with lack of take-up from residents? I think you mentioned that, or is it more with lack of available fitters?
I wouldn't know exactly the balance of that, but I understand that both sides of the equation have impact.
My understanding was there's a real problem with the planning and the way the funds were supposed to be spent. I think Robert is going to provide us with a bit more information.
Is that okay, Chair? Thank you. This is something that the Council's been in correspondence with BEIS about. Firstly, the way the schemes were set up and some of the restrictions around eligibility has proved a barrier, and ministers have responded and extended some of these schemes and now rolling them up into each other. So we are, BEIS do monitor our performance, and one of the big challenges coming out of COVID was the supply chain for this. So colleagues have recently, we manage this scheme on behalf of Cambridgeshire as the accountable body. They've created a new kind of procurement framework, which now moves from one supplier to 6 suppliers. So we have been challenged by BEIS to what does that mean for what we can deliver, and BEIS have extended the timeline which we can use the money. I think their extension wasn't as long as many local authorities had requested, and it's also come at a time where some new standards for energy efficiency, these PAS 2030 and 2035 standards, have been introduced. So it's quite a complex area, but we're certainly now giving it real focus, and through some of the efforts around the recent publication that Andrew Lim's team arranged with Cambridge Carbon Footprint, are trying to publicise this much better. So we've got better supply chain, greater publicity. So if there's anything that we can do to make sure that you have all the information you need at your fingertips to tell residents, we could definitely follow up with that and make sure every member knows more about this scheme. It's really important that we spend the money.
regard to the absence of contractors, that is, I believe, partly to do with the way the government withdrew the previous scheme without short notice, which rather undercut the interest of the builders. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. There's been a history around this actually going back 15 years when I worked on this issue or around this issue in central government, where the funding is very short-term and lumpy. There's big upticks in capacity in the sector. The money runs out, and then all these companies go bust. So what it does need is a clearer long-term commitment so that the capacity we have in the system is better able to deliver. And that's not been the case under different types of governments over the last 15 years.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I've been quite heavily involved in this since I knew that the lad-free grants were coming to us because I talked to other Green councillors around the country and the experience is uniformly negative. If I can just take one example, the household income limit of 30,000. I know that the officer dealing with this was trying to source suitable premises to use the grant, 8 months in advance. And just to give an example of how problematic this condition can be, and this is just one condition, a small block of 8 flats near Sainsbury's was selected, and one of the occupants died during the assessment process. So, and what normally happens after an elderly tenant dies is it goes void and it gets relet, and we obviously have no control over the income level of the incoming tenant. So that block could have gone out of eligibility just because of that death, and that is not an unusual scenario. It really is incredibly tricky. And I know that some councils have had to give back 50% of the grant. So I hope that's useful. Thank you.
Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Chair. On this point, I was speaking earlier today with the officer in charge of this, and I think that the first thing to point out is that the numbers that are in the papers reflect the fact that the bid was made by the City Council for all Cambridgeshire district councils. So the numbers are as high as they are because of that fact, because the money for all of the counties stayed in our budget. I was also, so you could sort of say that this looks not as bad as it sounds, because like all of these, or many of these capital schemes that didn't occur in the year they were planned, we're proposing to carry it forward. But actually, although we are doing that, the carry forward applies to there are 2 lines of this grant you'll see in the papers. One line we have to pay back to the government if it wasn't used by the end of April, which has already passed, so that was carried forward for one month only. And the other one, which I think involved the extension that Caroline's referring to, goes until the end of September, and then the money has to be over. So in reality, it's possible, I think, to ask the officer concerned how much are we actually going to be achieved, or any council going to be able to achieve, even by carrying this forward, and the answer is not much. But apparently, out of what this money provided at the beginning, the city intended to support the retrofitting of 55 homes, and the officer tells me that it looks like we're going to achieve the retrofit of 9. So it's really quite a dramatic difference. And I absolutely can see how the way the government is serving this up is really unhelpful to us being able to achieve it, and it will apply to all councils. In fact, we did, I believe, achieve an exception because salary levels up to 34,500 were eventually agreed for Cambridge, but that doesn't appear to have made all that much difference. But I do feel that, as well as kicking against the way the government is doing this, and I think we absolutely should do that, I do think that we should make sure that we're as agile as it apparently seems you need to be in order to get as much money out of the door and as many projects implemented as possible. And I believe, especially given the questions from all around the chamber, it really would be a valid subject for a report to go to the relevant committee, which probably isn't this one, to actually understand, you know, are we as agile as we possibly can be? Is there anything more we can do? Because it looks like, from ourselves and the other district councils in Cambridgeshire, it looks like that more like 2/3 of the money is going to be handed back to the government, not half, and that is really a great shame. And it isn't really sufficient answer to say there's another scheme coming along from the government, because we should be claiming that as well as what we claimed from the previous schemes. And it's a great shame when we're talking about the high costs of energy and fuel poverty in the city that this is sort of floating past our eyes and, you know, in a way too fast or in a way that we aren't managing to get much benefit from it. So I would request that we do indicate that a report is appropriate, both on how we can represent ourselves to the government to do it better and differently, but also to check whether we're doing it in the most agile possible, the most entrepreneurial possible way, because I think that is an equally valid question to ask. I'd appreciate, I have some other questions, perhaps I'll stop and ask if there could be an answer to that.
Okay, we'll see if we can get an answer to that first. Caroline, are you in a position to answer that? I suspect, possibly not.
I think a detailed report would need to come from the officer and the service concerned, which is probably not finance, although we'd be happy to support on the financial side of the numbers if required. I see this sits within general fund housing, so I'm assuming it will be a housing officer who would be best placed to produce a report. But I'm happy to take that away and find out who that is most likely to be. And it sounds as if the report would, in that case, go to Housing Scrutiny Committee.
Okay, do you want to ask her other questions, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The other questions relate to a couple of other budget lines where there was a significant variance. And I just want to ask about, on page 154, the situation with the garage, where there are 2 underspends reported, which indicate that, on the basis that I'm reading this, it indicates that we're not covering our costs, and yet we do regard this as an income generative part of our organisation. And I just wondered, what is the view being taken by officers and executive councillors about that? Are we asking questions about whether that is a viable business? Because it, you know, you can get to the stage where if other people are buying that service from somewhere else, then maybe that could be an option for us too. But I don't want to make assumptions, and I would be interested to know whether we are reviewing the bigger picture in relation to the garage. And as already been mentioned, similar question on the crematorium, because we were aware that there was an income shortfall at the time of the budget, because it was reported at that stage, but we were not aware that income shortfall was as high as, you know, nearly £750,000, and that to me is quite alarming. And although you say it generates still an income to the council, you know, what is that income and how that is calculated in terms of the cost of capital and all the rest of it is always an important question with something like that inside a council. And I just wanted to know how we are looking at the bigger picture with regard to the crematorium. Thank you.
Is that something James Elms would be better answering? Caroline?
Yes, I think it probably is. I think certainly the first item is within the city services review, and the second I know is under review. So if I can hand over to James.
Thanks ever so much, Caroline. I suppose a short, sweet answer on this, Councillor Bick, is that both items are going to be reviewed as part of the new City Services Directorate. I've just briefly talked about the business case that we're looking over for the crematorium, and there's some quite detailed maths and finance that needs to go into that, because it's not as black and white as it appears. And Fleet is absolutely second after that to understand where we move with that whole service provision. It's worth noting that service provision is fundamental to the delivery of the shared waste fleet as well. But in answer to your question, but both elements are under review.
Good, and that will be reported back to their appropriate committees. So. Councillor Young.
Looking at the list of variances, I'd like to commend actually officers for the detailed explanation of variances. I think that's very, very nicely done. My question is, the variances seem quite high. And so I had a question about the process. Do the executive councillors get involved, and are they leaping on these large variances, and what happens when there is a large variance? I mean, we've mentioned the crematorium, there's also the market, there's the folk festival, and I know people who are very dissatisfied with the way that folk festival is run. So what is the process? What happens when there is a variance? Because, as I say, they seem quite large to me in some cases. Is there a budget management process? Are the budgets adjusted? Are they real income targets? So there are a few comments in the reason for the variances that the income target needs to be adjusted. So I kind of would like some comment on that process, please.
Caroline,
Yeah.
these variances do not get reported to all the committees, do they? So what is the process for them to understand what their positions are?
Yeah. So we review budgets on a monthly basis, and we produce a quarterly report covering both revenue and capital, which is presented to the executive, reviewed by leadership team and the executive, and has been reviewed by the senior management team in addition. So that report contains similar information, I suppose, to the detailed appendices that are attached to this report. And that is an opportunity for the management teams to review the variances and review the overall forecast outturn of the council as a whole, and consider whether there is action to be taken to ensure that we come in overall on budget. It is an opportunity to consider sort of variances that spread across different services. For example, the employee variance that I mentioned in my original presentation. And therefore the opportunity to consider if action needs to be taken. On budgets, when we set a budget at the beginning of the year, we tend to avoid tweaking it too often, because it then becomes very difficult to understand the forces, if you like, that are impacting on the budget. So we adjust budgets at budget setting time based on proposals put forward, based on the work done by cost centre managers, their group management, and supported by accountants on things like income projections. So, for example, to take the, I suppose the most prominent example of that is we would adjust parking income in accordance with the latest projections. And that is a very significant part of our income. We would also look at other lines of income and expenditure. In general, we adjust all those for inflation, but we would bring forward specific proposals where they were considered to be necessary.
Councillor Young, you want to?
Yeah, if I can just come back on that. Yeah, that sounds all good. You know, I'd like to ask questions about, I don't know, say the folk festival or whatever, but Caroline is clearly not the right person to do it, to answer those questions. And I'm finding it also slightly, you know, odd that these variances and this report is coming to the scrutiny committee, because the right people to scrutinise it are the people in the various other committees. Like, for example, we had housing or variances. The housing team needs to be challenged, and the people in charge of those operations, you know, many of them are not here, and they are the people that need to be saying, yeah, we know about this, and we're doing X, Y, Z about it. So I'm feeling slightly frustrated. I mean, that was a good answer to the question I asked, which is had to be a kind of general financial one. It was nothing about the sort of specifics, and that's maybe the way that this committee is structured and the process in this council. So, but thank you for the answer, Caroline. Yeah.
Councillor Davies is going to make a contribution on this.
I think it's three things actually. First of all, number one is obviously when the quarterly reports are brought back to SLT Executive, we do, as you say, and review them and look at them and then raise any major issues we have over the position that the council are in. I think the second thing to say is that this obviously is an overarching look and therefore has a look at the finances of the council as a whole. But I think your point is a valid one, because if there is to be interrogation of what's going on within each individual area, we need to be able to do that. And it can therefore end up in a rather odd delayed process, because you now know that there are certain things you want to ask about, but this isn't the committee that it's done at. So it may be that when we review the budget setting process, which we're currently doing, and also review how the governance services work, that may be the place to raise the questions that I think you're raising. Although I do appreciate that it might feel frustrating this afternoon, or this evening rather, because you're not able to interrogate, and it's just by luck that James happens to be there, but with the Folk Festival, people aren't here. So I do appreciate, so maybe that's something that I could pick up with Robert after this meeting, again to feed into the process of how we undertake governance within this council.
Thank you. That's exactly why I raised it.
Right. Any further questions? No? In that case, I'll take you to the recommendations on page 140. It's A, B, C, D, E. As you can see, can I see all those in favour? Please show.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, do you
I'm pleased to accept recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I promise there's another break in an hour, so we'll have a break now for 20 minutes, if I may. I know we've got lots more items to go, but I need to eat. I say others do as well. So we'll meet back at 25 to. We're live, are we?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back to Strategy and Resources Scrutiny. Item 12 is the next one on the annual Treasury Management Report. And I think, Caroline, if you're still available, you could introduce it.
Chair, I've asked Neil if he would introduce the Treasury Management Report this time, please.
Of course.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Good evening, members. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Right, okay, so this is a summary report that we present to this committee at this time each year, and the format of the report is compliant with guidance produced by SIPFA. The purpose of this report is to follow on from the mid-year report which we brought to the committee in October of last year, and to provide outturn information regarding the Treasury management performance of the authority, and also to provide information about the Council's Treasury position. The report also complements information that was provided to this committee in the context of budget setting for the 2023-24 financial year. Within the report, we explain and analyse the source of investment income which the Council has received, and that covers both the General Fund and the HRA, and we provide information about the overall Treasury position, that is to say the balance between investments held, cash held and Council borrowing. So in summary, some of the themes I will mention now, linking closely with information that Caroline has already brought out in her discussion of the outturn report. You'll see from the table on page 173 of the full agenda pack that capital expenditure was less than that estimated at the time of setting the original budget. That has contributed to an increase in the amount of cash that the Council had available to invest. The Council hasn't taken on any new external borrowing to finance the capital expenditure which is referred to. It remains the case that all of the Council's external borrowing relates to that which was taken out at the time of HRA self-financing a number of years. In paragraphs 7.3 and 7.4, which appear on pages 175 and 176, we explain that the investment income exceeded that in the budget by 2.95 million. That's partly a reflection of the additional cash that we were holding, which I mentioned earlier, but also, as Caroline referred to earlier, also a reflection of the significant number of increases in base rate, which was seen during the 22-23 financial year, which exceeded what ourselves as officers and our Treasury Management Advisors and the commentariat were generally expecting. What you will see is that the performance that we've achieved as a Treasury management function was consistent with what's referred to as the SONIA benchmark, which is the benchmark which our Treasury Management Advisors, Link Asset Services, recommend that local authorities use. You'll see we come slightly below that. There are specific reasons for that, but in general, it's pleasing to note that we're within a few percentage points of that indicator. Just a few areas that I just wanted to highlight within this report. There's some information that I've provided within section 8 and which is expanded in appendix B, which starts on page 181, which talks about the economic context. I think it's fair to say that information was included based on information that Link Asset Services has provided to us at that time, and it just highlights how difficult it is to prepare forward-looking economic forecasts in the current economic climate, particularly given the challenges in estimating just what's going to happen around inflation. I think it's worth members noting that Link have subsequently provided an updated forecast on interest rates, and what that's now showing is that they are anticipating that the base rate will increase to 5.5% from the MPC's meeting in September 2023 and stay there until June 2024. We're already starting to see something along these lines reflected in the rates that were being offered by potential counterparties. But I know just from sort of reading some of the press today that there's talk of what's sometimes referred to as the terminal rate, so the highest rate that the base rate will reach being higher than that still. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out for ourselves and what impact it has. On page 180, which is Appendix A, I just wanted to point this out is because this is an appendix we always produce, which shows who our counterparties were at the 31st of March, so the balance sheet date. Members will note, if they've looked down the list in detail, that Woking Borough Council is one of the counterparties listed in that appendix. I'm sure many of the members at this evening's meetings will be aware that there's been considerable attention that has been devoted to the financial challenges that are faced by this particular authority. I'm pleased to say that at this point in time, we have no concern about those funds being returned. They are due to be returned within the next 3 weeks. And what I will want to assure members is, firstly, at the time of placing those funds, there was no information that was in general circulation or provided by our Treasury Management advisors that meant that we were concerned about that local authority posing a higher risk than other local authorities in general. I think it's important to note that local authorities are generally considered to be an appropriate and safe counterparty, given the fact that the government obviously ultimately secures their financial stability, albeit they will obviously have particular challenges associated with managing their budgets. I think I wanted just to confirm that we continue to undertake horizon scanning at the time of placing funds and are not merely relying on information that is provided by our Treasury Management advisors. I'm quite happy to take questions on particular aspects of this report if anybody's got any queries, or also talk about some of the specifics I've referred to there.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I have my two usual questions for Neil. The first is, what seems like quite a long time ago, I asked whether we could decarbonise our Treasury deposits, and we made a little progress, but not much. Has that stalled? Or is there still some possibility that we might be able to progress with that? That's question one. And question two, whenever we lend money to a local authority that has financial problems, public opinion and social media seem to be convinced that A, we've lost the money, B, we've lied about losing it, and C, that the money hasn't been repaid. So could I ask that we have a preemptive announcement when the money is repaid in full through the usual channels? Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to answer that question first?
Yeah, no problem at all. So firstly, in reference to the question about decarbonising the portfolio, this is an area that we continue to talk to our Treasury Management advisors about to actually access their expertise, because it's an area that's of interest not just to local authorities, but also to other investors. I think the advice that we've received is that there is increasing transparency about what information is available about where money is ultimately being invested by some of the counterparties that we're using, where we're actually investing with other financial institutions. But it is difficult to access that information on a consistent basis that makes it possible to actually sort of benchmark a portfolio or set out a direction of travel. So everyone, we need to get to a point almost where the investment community, enough of it plays by the same rules. So that's something that ourselves and other local authorities are trying to get more information about what would be a reasonable and robust way of doing that, so we can provide that information back to you. But we want to provide it in a way that the information is transparent and consistent and easily understood. And as I say, at the current time, it's an area that's developing rather than one where we've got a sort of definitive way forward. So I will keep members of this committee up to date on that. As far as the other observation regarding the practice of lending money to other councils, I think the position we've reiterated at this meeting and others previously is that there are appropriate reasons for lending to other authorities, and there is a recognition that reputationally that can present some short-term difficulties during a period when there might be doubt as to whether the money is returned. I do think there probably is an appropriate way of, given the severity of the circumstances that are faced by the council that I mentioned previously, of making it clear that the council has had its money returned on time, and I'll liaise with Caroline and others to think about the best way of communicating that without wanting to draw unnecessary attention to it.
Thank you. I think members in the chamber are aware of the, reasons why we do lend to local authorities, and it's not us. I think you have to convince, but the public at large. But I would be grateful if we could add a permanent section to the Treasury report saying whether any progress to decarbonisation has been made. Thank you.
Councillor Holloway, did you want to ask a question?
On page 177 at the bottom, there's a little bit about the environmental, social and governance considerations and the potential strategy for that, which sounds like it could be very useful, partly for going further on Councillor Bennett's concerns and also just more broadly in terms of tackling some of our targets relating to community wealth building. I know we've got some work going forward on that, and that's also part of the transformation strategy. So I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about, beyond just this paragraph, what is potentially going to be in that strategy, and then also how it might fit with community wealth building and other parts of the council's work.
Okay, Neil.
Okay. I think the community wealth building is a kind of separate area which it is linked to our treasury management activities, but it's not one that I would feel qualified to comment on the extent to which the two are aligned, because the principles that we're applying when talking about our treasury management strategy are quite distinct from that. I think in terms of the broader ESG considerations, I think what is apparent from talking to our treasury advisors that increasingly counterparties are actually looking to develop products to appeal to local authorities and other investors, which will enable that authority to take comfort in the way that money is being utilised by the financial institute, as distinct from the deposits that they might hold more generally. So some of the banks are actually offering what they refer to as sustainable deposits now, and it's possible to actually obtain an audit trail in terms of how that money is being utilised. So I think that's one of the things that probably comes across in terms of actually that linkage between the investment portfolio and what might be considered to be our own organisational objectives in terms of environmental and social and governance considerations. Does that help at all? Appreciate I can only answer sort of part of that question.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that you won't be able to cover all of it. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question's really just pointed towards the general risk of the council of the financial arrangements. So I'm primarily concerned with Appendix C, which is on page 184, and I'll kind of ask all my questions, and I think I'm very mindful of the time, so I think you can answer them fairly quickly. So if you look at the ratio of financing costs to net revenue stream, we've got a minus number. I just appreciate an explanation of why it's a minus number. The bit further down, it says percentage of net revenue stream. We've got general fund interest. I assume that's a general fund interest cost is 52%, point something, of the net revenue stream. Am I understanding that correctly? And then going on to the next page, how was the authorised limit of 450 million calculated? And what about the operational boundary as well? How was that calculated? And it says a bit further down, it says upper limit for fixed and variable interest rate exposure, and there's a number. So I'm not quite sure what that means. If you could explain, that would be great. Thank you.
Do have a go, Neil.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so if I take each of those queries in turn. So the first one, in terms of the negative percentages that appear in the middle of that table, what's actually happening in that instance is because we don't have external general fund debt, because all of the debt is linked to the housing revenue account, we're in a position where we're actually bringing money into the council as a result of our financing activities. A number of local authorities that will have external borrowing will have situations where in some instances that figure is negative, in some instances it's positive, depending on the relationship between interest payable and interest receivable. So in our situation. We're seeing a situation where we've got significant interest receivable, which is why you can see a jump in that percentage from the actual in 21-22 to the position as that's evolved over time. There are some other things that go into that calculation to do with the minimum revenue provision as well, which is the amount we need to set aside for the paying down amounts that we've had to borrow fund from internal borrowing. So it will ebb and flow a little bit, but the big difference that you can see between the general fund position and the HRA position is a reflection that the HRA has debt and has got interest payable as a result going through its accounts, and the general fund doesn't. Does that clarify on that one before moving on to the next one?
Yep, it does very much. Thank you very much. And 12.7% is quite reasonable, I think, compared to income in HRA, and good news on the general fund. Yep, thank you.
Okay. So as far as the percentages that are referred to, 39.2% and 52.82% at the bottom, what that is doing is that's actually looking at the figure above, which is talking about the net income from commercial and service investments, and in comparing that to the revenue stream of the council. And this is an indicator which CIPFA introduced a few years ago to understand the extent to which local authorities were dependent on income to actually finance their budgets. And what Caroline has mentioned earlier is that as an authority, the nature of our activities, the character of the city means that we are quite dependent on income as far as our budget is concerned, and that's reflected in those percentages that you see there. Those percentages, again, we see a position where the actual is higher than the budget, and a lot of that is a result of the investment income being higher than budget. But there are also other aspects to do with the net revenue stream being different from that expected in budget as a result of the change in business rates that Caroline mentioned earlier. So business rates forms part of the net revenue stream. So if the business rates goes down, but the investment and commercial income goes up, you'll see a corresponding upward increase in the percentage. Does that answer that one, Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you can see that number in two ways. It's either very bad that we are not being funded from the government fully for our expenditure that we need to make, but it's also perhaps a reflection on the historical activity of the council that they've been generating further sources of income. So yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah. And I think much is to do with the sustainability of those sources of income as well. If you have time to read the report on Thurrock that Essex County Council have published in the last few weeks, you'll see how some short-term assumptions were made about income from investments, about how they could contribute to the budget, and you see that what I'd say is quite different from the approach that we're taking in terms of actually understanding the ability of our services to bring in income as a result of investments that have been made in the city over a long-term period. Right, okay, so the authorised limit and the operational boundary, what these are is limits that are defined in the Prudential Code, which we're required to abide by, which is where the council actually makes a decision about how much external borrowing it would be prepared to take on, and that limit cannot be exceeded without the council taking the decision that to actually change that authorised limit. And obviously a specific explanation would need to be provided as to why that's the case. And what we're intending to do here is to look at the longer term picture. And one of the things that we know, which reflects in what on the face of it seems like quite a high authorised limit, is the upcoming need to borrow externally, both in the context of the Park Street development, which Caroline has already mentioned, where the financing of that development is already built into our upcoming plans and the financing has already been secured, and also the financing that is assumed to be required to take forward the council's programme of building new homes. So that's reflected in the authorised limit. What the operational boundary is that's an amount which should not normally be exceeded. So the authorised limit effectively applies the buffer that you can't go above this without a formal decision from the council. The operational boundary is the kind of the assumed position that we're working to is that we wouldn't normally exceed, and if we did exceed it, it would only be for a temporary period when we were potentially, refinancing, waiting for an investment to be returned. But that's our kind of working limit, if you like, from an officer perspective. Does that help clarify the distinction between those and explain how they originate?
Well, I know what they are. My question was, how did you decide that 450 million was the limit that we could borrow? I mean, did you look at sort of interest cover, or how did you arrive at that number? Or is it just a kind of general, well, how did you do it?
I think it's a reflection of a review of the capital programme that has been approved by full council, and an understanding of what the expectation is of how that is intended to be funded, because our capital programme is structured in such a way that you can identify those elements which are due to be funded from external borrowing, and then that factors through as a consequence of those decisions that have been taken, but is obviously revisited as the economic context changes. And obviously, at the present time, the interesting rate environment is such that obviously external borrowing is comparatively more expensive than it has been for a number of years. So, that is certainly something that is kept under review.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, if we borrowed 450 million, with interest rates rising, we might be in a bit of a difficult position. So, I was looking for some, well, yeah, maybe that's kept under review, but that's what I was asking. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay. And then I think your final question for fixed and variable rate borrowing and deposits, and what my understanding of this part of the table, which I must admit other people assist me with, is that this is to do with explaining or within our treasury portfolio what element of the interest that we either receive or pay is generated by products which have a fixed rate attached to them. So our long-term external debt is fixed rate debt. When we lend money out to other local authorities, for instance, or place fixed term amounts with financial institutions, that has a fixed rate. But we do have a small amount of investments that we use which have got a variable rate, which isn't fixed at the point at which we place the funds. So it's the balance between those two elements that this is describing. So the upper limit, the word in there is probably a little bit misleading. It is more a breakdown of the split between fixed rate products and variable rate products in that section.
Oh, okay, completely misunderstood that. Yeah, thank you very much. Right.
Okay.
Do I have any further questions? No. Okay, I take you to recommendations on page 172. That is to report this on to council. This always goes to council as well as to here. So can I see all those in favour, please show?
Unanimous, Chair.
More unanimity, thank you. All right, going on to item 13.
Chair, I'm so excited.
Oh, I'm very sorry, yes. Councillor Smith, you have accepted those recommendations, have you?
Thank you, Chair, yes, thank you.
I'm bound to get it wrong once. Item 13, temporary agency worker provision. Is Deborah Simpson still online for us? Oh, there she is. So could you explain this for us, please?
Good evening, members. This is a fairly short and hopefully self-explanatory report. We are seeking approval to use a national framework contract for the procurement and provision of temporary agency workers. We've been using a national framework for several years now. There is a new framework coming, which is coming to being this year, MSTAR 4. We've previously used MSTAR 3 to MSTAR 1. Our current contract arrangements end in December. So this is seeking approval to use MSTAR 4 to procure an agency worker provider, and that decision will be taken after, hopefully tonight, approval to use the framework, and the intention is to call off that framework for a provider. The reason it's before you is the value of the contract. our average spend is 2 million a year in the provision of agency workers. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. So effectively seeking approval to use the contract and a delegated decision to then secure the provider.
Right, so this is a straightforward procurement process. We're being asked to renew effectively. Any questions?
Not
Councillor
from
Young?
us.
No, okay. All right, can I move to the vote then? On page 194, to delegate responsibility to head of human resources, etc. I see all those in favour. You're ahead of me. Okay,
Unanimous, Chair.
thank you. Thank you, Deborah. At least you weren't having to come into the Guildhall for all that.
Thank you very much.
Item 14. Oh,
Chair?
hold on, yes. Councillor Smith, are you happy with that idea?
Thank you.
Item 14, city operations. James is with us for his item now. So thank you very much. Could you introduce it, James?
Thanks ever so, excuse me, thanks ever so much. This paper discusses city operations, which is the first major programme of the wider transformation programme of our Cambridge. It seeks to change the way our operational teams work so they can keep Cambridge safe, clean and accessible in the most efficient, financially sustainable and environmentally friendly way. The programme provides a catalyst for change and is not the end state for us. There are 4 main recommendations in the paper. Recommendation 1, to agree that the City Services Director should proceed with the consultation and implementation of a revised management structure. This means I'm going to change the management structure within the new City Service Group. That paper is in final draft, but is yet to be finalised, hence why it is not in this paper. However, it will be subject to the organisational change policy, providing oversight and governance. The design will restructure the management layer of the City Service Group. The review follows the same principles that the SMR or the Senior Management Review had done previously in creating a flatter, more agile structure, as an empowered team who operate with much greater degree of autonomy. That empowerment is currently missing. It slows things down, with colleagues seeking authority to proceed where there is no real need to do so. The new structure will build a culture where opportunity is acting on at pace. This is both financially beneficial, but also builds a team who own their delivery and seek to be better for residents, tenants and customers, seeing continuous improvement as everyone's responsibility, an environment where change becomes BAU. Once we've done that, once we've put the senior management or the management review in place, there is obviously going to be a period of capability building based primarily around coaching and mentoring. Recommendation 2 is to support the exploration and implementation for an alternative delivery model for the stores, recognising that there may be TUPE implications for staff in this area. This recommendation is to ensure that there is clarity over the potential of TUPE implications for an alternative delivery model. Recommendation 3 has a number of parts. Firstly, the alternative delivery model for stores, and this is slightly separate because the first recommendation 2 is just to highlight the fact that there may be TUPE. Alternative delivery model for the stores. This means that we are to complete the due diligence needed to carefully evaluate alternative delivery models, consider the cost and benefits, assess the impact on employees to ensure that any change is the right fit for the council. There are also wider and possibly much larger downstream benefits from doing this piece of work, in addition to those that are in the paper already. Both financial, i.e. reducing the cost of both responsive repairs and potentially functions elsewhere in the council, and environmental, reducing our carbon footprint and the miles that we drive. Greater use of digital and data. This means we need to better understand our system's capabilities and processes and how they can be improved. This is key to driving real change. We need to understand if the full range of opportunities and benefits have been delivered by our current systems, and if not, is the system capable and we have simply not switched on some functionality in the system, or if the system is suboptimal, could we realistically manage a compromise, given that the time, complexity and interconnected nature of all our systems and the risk that creates when bringing in a new system, and obviously the cost of reprocuring a new piece of software. I'd like to think that the new systems that we're going to bring in will make most of our resources by better planning, give customers better service by understanding their needs, make smarter decisions about how we work and invest, and save money by spotting patterns. Thirdly, pilot the change of core operating hour or changing core operating hours in the estates and facilities. This means that we're seeking to complete the due diligence needed to carefully evaluate extending the span of core hours from the current Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. to Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. For clarity, this is the span of hours and not the increase of individual working day. And the due diligence process may present a variation to these hours. So we may find when we go through the process that 8 till 6 Monday to Friday is not perfect. There are some potential benefits for this change. Convenience for residents. Many residents who work or have care and responsibilities out of the home, this makes them difficult for them to be present for repairs or maintenance visits. We need to be more flexible and focus on the tenant's needs, demonstrating a commitment to responsiveness and customer service. Also, cost reduction. Our out of hours delivery is expensive, and that starts once we finish the normal core hours. And this change could move repairs in from the more expensive out of hours call out charge times into normal working hours. It could also reduce missed appointments, which are costly and inefficient. Recommendation: recognise a pipeline of activity over the next 12 to 24 months to achieve a financially sustainable city service group that provides lean, reliable and responsive services delivered by teams who have the skills and empowerment to get the job done. At the end of the City Operations Programme, Transformation will hand over that programme to the City Services Group and they will carry on that piece of work. But the City Operations draws a line between our Cambridge and business as usual for city services. Happy to take any questions now.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Right, I'm going to ask all my questions together to try and save time. What is being done out of hours that can be done in normal time? Just to give an example, perhaps, just to help understand what's happening there. And you are wanting to put use a third-party store through an intermediary. What is the store going to do, and what is the intermediary going to do? And if there is a 2p implication for the 3 staff, where will they go? Would they go to the stores? Is that the idea? Or what would happen to them?
Just the 2.
Hold on.
No, what was out of hours? What do the intermediary and the store do? What's going to happen to the 3 staff? And actually, I've found another one. Are we going to be updated on the actual final structure and the actual savings when you know what they are?
So firstly, to deal with the out of hours piece of work there. So what's happening at the moment potentially is that we are having work from core hours pushed into out of hours. So to make sure we get the work done, and that's an expensive piece of because we're on different call out hours, different call out charges then. The third party store piece, I think you may be on slightly confusing what we're going to do. So what we'll potentially, and we have to go through the gears to make sure that this works, is that we're going to find a third party provider who will take on the whole of the store's provision from us. So that means that we will have no stores physically in our services then, and the whole of it will be provided by a third party provider. Does that answer your question on that piece?
Yeah, it does. But you didn't answer the previous one. Could you give me an example? I don't know quite what you mean by on the out of hours thing.
Yeah, so if we've got a carpentry job that hasn't been completed, it hasn't been completed in core hours, we want to get it done because we need to deliver as many responsive repairs as possible. It will then move into the out of hours provision because we finished our core hours at 4 p.m.
Oh, right, got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and the 2p implications, they've moved with the stores to the new provider and be taken on board by those. So all pension provision and impact is taken over by the third party provider.
Okay, thank you. And the last one was, will we get an update on the management structure and the savings when you know what they are?
No, this will now give me permission to go on. The management structure will then move into the organisational change policy and will be guided and provided oversight from that. We think the savings are forecast on £335,000.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are about the just-in-time delivery. Whilst we'll cut back on our mileage, does that not mean that the third party will be using increased mileage? And that's a sort of by question. My main question is, do these people that are undertaking this work for us know about the potential of STZ and that they will not be exempt from any charges that come into the city?
So I'll deal with the first point about mileage increase. That will depend on how their model works, but I think that the most obvious thing is that it would be about inventory management on the back of the vehicles. We're not great at that at the moment. So if we manage our inventory on the back of the vehicles better, then that will reduce the mileage. Currently, if I need a new tap and I'm at the far end of the city, I drive all the way back to the stores, put that into the back of the vehicle, and then drive all the way back out to where my job is. That's both costly and time consuming. The third party provider will be much more experienced about managing their flow of vehicles and how they re-provide. We're hoping if we find the right provider that will happen rarely, because the inventory management on the back of the vehicles will circumnavigate that problem. The one about STZ, that will need to be taken into consideration by any third party provider as when they make their bid.
But we are absolutely sure that when they make their bid that they will be taking that into account, because if we commit to a third party provider and something like STZ causes them to bust, then we're in serious trouble, aren't we?
Potentially, but like I said before, that will be all part of the specification for the procurement process. And we're not talking about small companies either, Councillor Bajan, we're talking about national providers here.
Thank you.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. On page 222, there's the information about the structures. So there's a net difference of -7 members of staff. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about how many people will be able to be moved to a different role or potentially a different area of the council, and how many actual redundancies that might include.
So we're not really sure about that yet, because we need to move through the whole consultation paper, and we're just finalising that. But I'm thinking, knowing what we know now, we're only talking about 2 or 3 redundancies, and some people will choose potentially to not apply for any other jobs, because we're also creating.
You're also creating what?
A structure. So part of that is part of management review, by the savings that we.
So
management review.
So the problem is we're only hearing half what you're saying for some reason. So the answer was because
We're creating a management structure below me that's part funded by the senior management review and part funded by the savings that we're creating here. Okay. So there's
Councillor Holloway? No. Okay. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. James, I'd just like to ask you another question about the third-party store. I mean, this is a structure I'm mostly familiar with in the automotive industry, where it's done to reduce working capital, because you're only buying stuff when you need it. The only thing is that it does leave you much more vulnerable to future price rises, because you're generally buying stuff later. Has that been factored in?
I think it's completely the opposite here, Councillor Bennett, because at the moment we're liable to those, because although we hold a large stock, we do buy constantly. The models that we've been looking at and the frameworks that we've been looking at to date are fixed price. So when you enter the contract, you're fixed price. They'll get negotiated every year, obviously, but it will provide that assurance over that period of 12 months at least.
Thank you. That's very interesting. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was repairs, and particularly whether you'll be looking at the distinction between responsive repairs, planned repairs, and emergency repairs, because it seems to be bewildering my residents and causing sort of anxiety, and also a feeling that repairs, particularly doors and windows, have frequently been measured up and not delivered even years later. And will that be looked at under your sort of review?
It'll be looked at under the wider review, so I need to get my management structure in place. I'm really aware that responsive repairs and estate and facilities needs a root and branch review, and that setting up this management structure will allow me to go forward and complete that review. So the answer is yes, not immediately though, because I'm not in the position, we haven't got the team set up.
Thank you. If I could just make one further comment. There are a couple of members in this room who have wards which have a high volume of council housing and an exposure to repairs. And would you consider possibly sort of making an interim presentation to us and having a discussion with us about our repair experience at an early stage?
For sure, absolutely, Councillor Bennett. Part of next steps will be engaging both with members and with tenants and with colleagues to make sure that we get a fully rounded picture. But our whole service is about delivering benefit to tenants, so we need to engage with you and with tenants as well.
Thank you.
Right, any further questions? No. Okay. Recommendations are on page 208. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any, if I see all those in favour, please show.
Unanimous, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Davey, your turn to re-ask the question. Do you accept these recommendations?
I do indeed. Delighted to. Thank you. And thank you to James and the team for all their work in getting us to this point.
Right, on to our last item. It's actually rather a large item, but we will make the rest of it, I hope. And Andrew, you're going to introduce this item for us, please.
Yep, thank you, Chair. It's a large item, but it doesn't have to be a long one. It's the annual report, the annual complaints report, State of the City report. I'm happy to take any questions on any of those. I know you want to go through them all one by one, but at this time of night, I'm not sure whether there's appetite for that.
Let's have one questions on the first report first, please. That's on the Council annual report. Any questions on that? Yes, Councillor Bick.
Yeah, if by that you mean the KPIs that are listed there at the end. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of things one could remark on there, but I particularly wanted to point to the figures in relation to refugee accommodation. I think it's very gratifying to see that that amount was achieved, and I know that's come at the cost of some dislocation to staff to get it done, but it really does underline.
Could you point to the page you're looking at?
Actually, no. Thank you very much. 261 apparently. Well, actually, no. It was page 272. Yeah, the number of refugees settled and supported. It really does underline how this council has gone the extra mile to show hospitality to people in distress. I would also want to highlight the fact that the numbers on the previous page in relation to rough sleepers appeared to be going in the wrong direction. I know there's a bit more information in the text preceding this, but even so, that is a disappointing figure, and it isn't long ago that we you know, the Executive Council for Housing was telling us that he was going to eliminate rough sleeping in the city, and really we're not going there at the moment, clearly. But those were my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Andrew? Oh, we'll pick up some more first. Okay, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to draw your attention to page 267, council homes. And I'm particularly interested in the condensation, damp and mould issues, where it says condensation, damp and mould issues have been a priority. We have received 12 formal damp and mould complaints and have surveyed 215 properties. Are those numbers actually up to date? Because I thought they were higher. And I'd also like to raise a question about the voids. Would people like those together or separately?
Yes, please. What is the question about voids?
Okay. I note the increase in void period, and I also understand that void costs have risen, with some of the void properties being effectively trashed. And I'd like to ask what steps are being taken to manage that, and perhaps do more preemptive work. I know we have the tenancy audit starting, but it would take 10 years to survey all our properties.
If you could answer so far, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The condensation damp and mould figures are up to date. They cover the period 22 to 23. So this is an annual report that covers that figure, so it goes up to the end of March. So there may have been more work done since then, but this covers that period. If there was a question about voids, I don't know the answer. I can ask somebody and try and get an answer for you. I didn't hear a question from Councillor Dick, but I don't know if there was meant to be one.
I think it was more, the question on the rough sleeping, more a comment for the leader, perhaps when he gets to it.
Sorry, I mean, just to say, Chair, on that, I did query it of the officer and I was told that the figures are getting back to what they were pre-COVID. So it's a rise on what it was before, but when we had the lockdown, there was the everyone in kind of approach, so we got people kind of accommodated. Since then, it's been going back to what it was, towards what it was like before. I think that's my understanding of the factual explanation, but I won't give away.
It doesn't invalidate the comment, however.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. Firstly, to come back on Councillor Bick's comment, the government also has a stated aim to end rough sleeping by the end of 2024. That clearly is incredibly unlikely to happen, but that is a result of partly the government not putting enough funding behind that aim, partly their failure to tackle the housing crisis, and partly a whole range of other national and international factors. Obviously, it is concerning that in Cambridge those numbers are rising, but there are a number of local reasons behind that as well. The other question I wanted to ask, Andrew, was about, again, on this table on page 271, the direct emissions from council assets and activities has risen quite significantly. Is that also a result of a return to activity post-lockdowns?
Yes.
Councillor Bajan.
Are you including in this section the annual complaints and feedback report?
No, I haven't got on to that yet.
No, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any more questions on? Did you want to make a comment, Robert?
Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah.
I suppose this is a meeting to discuss the overall annual performance of the council from last year. So I just wanted to put on record how grateful I am to all my colleagues who've worked tirelessly over the last year. And we also have to remember it was COVID last year, and we've had a cost of living crisis. And if you look through just some of the basic KPIs on many things where we're trying to do better, we've improved, and on areas where we're trying to reduce things like the number of the amount of residual waste. We have done that. So I'd hope that the committee as a whole, regardless of party affiliation, would like to commend the work of our staff, which I think is really important to recognise at a moment like this. There will be individual questions you may want to pick up, but the purpose of this is to give you a rounded view of our overall performance over a year.
Thank you. I'm sure we entirely endorse your concern that your staff and the whole council's hard work is recognised. Thank you. Councillor Young, are you going to agree? Are you? Okay. Right, if we move on to, I was going to move on. Do you want to
just make a point about the street sleepers? It is an admirable goal to have zero, everybody in. But there are some people who needs are so complex, their situation is so desperate that they refuse all sources of help and support. So it might just not be that some individuals want to go inside and want to sleep rough, but say want is not really a particular choice of theirs. It's just their circumstances mean that that's what they're wanting to do. So it's not a point about service failure. There is a multi-agency approach to working with homeless people, and I think the setup in Cambridge City is quite a positive and constructive one. Multi-agency as in interdisciplinary, and there's great cooperative working between all the agencies involved. So I think the numbers belie the efforts that have been put into this, and I think everybody who's involved in those services can be commended because it's an extremely difficult job to undertake.
If we move on to the annual complaints and customer feedback report, any questions on that? Oh, I'm not asking you the question about accepting it yet. You want me to ask who? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to speak on this, then do. Sorry.
I was invited by Councillor Bick in relation to rough sleeping. I don't think there's much I want to say about that. What I would like to do is publicly and put on record and to echo Robert's praise for the work of the City Council over the course of the last 12 months coming out of COVID. I think a number of things have been mentioned already. Councillor Bick was going to have to mention about refugees. The one I think particularly important about COVID, oddly enough, that's under the KPIs is at the bottom of page 271, whereby there seemed to be an increase of 20% of people using council leisure facilities for people holding concessionary memberships. That's kind of impressive and doesn't and shouldn't get lost in the process here, particularly as people are seeking to lead healthier and better lives post-COVID. So I think there's a number of things here that are worthwhile just focusing upon. And I'd just like to, again, as I say, echo Robert's statement earlier on about thanking our staff for all their work over the course of the last 12 months. Thank you.
Any questions on the second part? Councillor Bick. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just say it all over again, but I want to welcome the fact that the trend is a really positive one on most of the lines, most of the categories involved in this, and that's good because the number had in total risen quite high over the last few years, and if it's starting to descend, that would be really good. I think that really just leaves the area of housing and housing maintenance related things, which really appears to be an outlier in that because it's increasing. I mean, it echoes the things that we've been talking about in relation to the under-delivery and underspending on council house repairs. It's something that hopefully the things that James was just talking about will make a contribution to as well. But until that really starts going down, my group will want to make more and more fuss about it because it is a serious issue. And also I would like to say that absolutely endorse the comments about the efforts of our staff. I don't think this is really a discussion about the efforts of our staff, but it's very opportune to be able to say that one appreciates them, and I think the nature of these discussions is more about whether we're asking our staff to do the most effective things, and that's our role, and nothing that I'm saying here has got anything to do with the efforts put in by staff at all.
Yes, as a member of Housing Committee, I can tell you we are very concerned about the improvement that is needed or was needed. It is now increasingly more obvious that it's being successful in dealing with the backlog of repairs and the speed of repairs. And as the other, question now. Yes, Councillor Smith, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, I too noticed the increase in complaints in relation to housing, and then I came across a section in Lynn Thomas's report on page 288, and it says there's been a national increase in complaints in the social housing sector, and this has been due to campaigns by central government and the Housing Ombudsman to encourage tenants to campaign, as well as local and national media interest. And the complaints the council's been receiving are in line with these national trends. It's not so particular to the City Council. And in January 23, the Housing Ombudsman reported it's seen a 139% increase in complaints, whilst this council's only experienced an increase of 42.5%. That is not, of course, to overlook the fact that, repairs to tenants' houses are incredibly important, both in terms of being timeliness and quality.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about three things, if that's okay. The first thing is, last year, you explained to us that not all complaints get logged as complaints. It's only the formal ones. And I'm just wondering if the same thing is happening with compliments, because we have relayed loads of compliments from residents, but particularly to housing maintenance and the condensation damp and mould team, but also to people who do fencing, and all sorts of, and to the Parks and Open Spaces team, and to Boday's waste disposal team, and there don't seem to be enough compliments in those figures to cover ours. So I'm sort of wondering, what is a compliment in this? That's question one. Question two, I wanted to talk again about condensation, damp and mould, and say that one of the compliments we've had is that it's absolutely shredding for parents to your confidence if you can't have a safe environment for your kids. Condensation, damp and mould has been incredibly destructive to residents' morale. And the policy that the condensation damp team adopted of no victim blaming has been incredibly well received by residents. And many of the compliments we've had have related to that. People have said for the first time, I wasn't told it was my fault that I can't afford to heat my house. It wasn't blamed on me putting washing on radiators. And that's been incredibly powerful. And when those comments have been relayed on social media, it's actually led to more people coming forward, which is incredibly positive. Because sometimes there's actually worse things, this is my third point, than complaints. It's when people don't trust you or believe in you enough to make that complaint. And I think we were very close to that point in Abbey 3 years ago, and that we've moved back from that. So actually, I would welcome more complaints. Thank you.
Yeah, if we could do more questioning and less rhetoric, it would be helpful. I think we're getting on a bit. Councillor Bick, I think you had your hand up.
Chair, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Smith, really, because, you know, we're very comfortable with referring to national trends when the news is bad to make us feel better, but we hardly ever refer to the same national trends when things are what we would like to see. And I just think that imbalance means that we shouldn't risk complacency, because part of the value of a fragmented local government structure through the country is that it is an ideal opportunity for innovation and experimentation, to find the councils that can fix the problems, can find the solutions. And the moment we start hiding behind national trends is the moment we just hunt with the pack and ride the trends and stop being smart. And I think that I really hope that Councillor Smith wasn't advocating that, but I think we should always try and do better if things are actually getting worse.
Councillor Davey.
Two things, really. Just to reassure Councillor Bick, there will be no complacency with regards to rough sleeping. I'm sure that's not at all what Councillor Smith meant. And as you'll be well aware, our modular homes programme to try and reduce rough sleeping in housing is, I would argue, a national exemplar and demonstrates the innovation and excellence of the work we do to tackle homelessness. I think the other bit I'd want to say, really, again, is to highlight Councillor Bick's earlier comment about the upward trend. I particularly want to highlight planning and the work that they've done. The figures, too often planning gets a cheap shot and is hit for almost like a scapegoat. If you look at the work that Heather and her team have done to transform the number of complaints, but not just that, the complaints that are met within target, it really is worthy of some praise and some recognition in a way that is unusual. And I'd just like to highlight their work and to say that it's very welcome at this time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Bajan.
Well, I was going to speak just a little bit about planning from both being a member of the planning committee and receiving the brunt of a lot of the complaints. You know, there's no finer exemplar of what Robert was saying and how things can be turned around and move forward than to say the way the planning department have stepped up, reduced the amount of complaints down to almost negligible amounts, and the way that the planning committee now functions is such a much better way. So this is a real example of this council leading the way on things. And I think it's a really great example of what Robert was saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you. So I think there was one question there, which was Councillor Bennett's, about compliments being underreported, and yes, that's the case. I think we can safely say they're recorded on the same system, the tracker system. So when people just say nice things to you, not everybody kind of goes and fills in the form and kind of puts it on the tracker. We're very British sometimes and kind of brush away compliments. But I think there's an internal kind of staff e-newsletter which kind of contains lots of kind of cases of positive feedback, and that's kind of always kind of very full, particularly for the front line. People are doing like fence repairs and things like that, and tidying people's gardens, they kind of clear updates and so on. So I think we get a bit of a flavour of that. It's particularly important for those staff to hear that, because they're doing the difficult jobs in difficult weather conditions and all those kind of things, and sometimes it can be a bit thunker, so that's important. Another thing I would just draw out is the council tax collection rates and business rates collection rates this year were phenomenal, and that's at a time when that hard-pressed team was also doing an awful lot of kind of payments for other kind of emergency cases and so on. Ukraine and energy, cost of living, kind of stuff like that. So I think we had our best ever, income kind of a receipt kind of achievement this year. So I get the joy of kind of looking at all of this stuff. I don't deliver any of it. I just kind of look at kind of the information pulled together. And it is phenomenal what Cambridge City Council does, and the difference it makes to people's lives. So, I mean, I would say that, wouldn't I? But I do think it's worth, you know, why do I sit here till 10 o'clock at night? I bring this because I think it's important that you do scrutinise this. But I'd love all 42 councillors to kind of have the time. We made it shorter this year. It's only 8 pages. And there'll be a nice, pretty-looking version on the website soon, and an infographic. And I do commend it. I think you're right to ask questions about it and interrogate it. But it does give, hopefully, a very transparent kind of account of what the council's been doing. So thank you for your feedback and comments. Do you want me to kind of explain the next bit in a bit more detail?
I've got a question for you, but Robert wanted to say something.
I was asking Andrew if he could give customer services as an example of the quality of service that the council staff provide. So you'll see in the report on page 296, the customer services team had over 200,000 contacts via telephone, email, and face-to-face. They received 22 complaints. That's 0.01%. That is phenomenal. If any of you have run a business, if any of you have worked in the public sector, and you realised some of the challenges we face around funding, but also around people who have complex lives and they need support. I think it's stuff like this that really needs to be celebrated. We've been talking about the 4-day week and the retention and recruitment challenge in local government, the cost of living challenge. So it goes back to Andrew's points that some of our people come to work because they've got a purpose. They want to benefit the city, and it's really important. You're all very senior members, so that sometimes staff need that bit of drive and support from the democratic and political part of the council to keep getting up every day and doing the work they do.
And one last question on this section. I noticed community services was not doing so well on the picture. But when I looked into it, it turned out to be people complaining about the shows.
So is the person now responsible for that? I wasn't during 22-23, but yeah, I've had it explained to me, and there's been quite a recent case. I don't want to go into too much detail for kind of disclosure kind of reasons, but there was somebody who just made a formal complaint because their artist who they went to see didn't play their favourite songs. And we seriously get that, and that was escalated to grade 2 and went to the Ombudsman. So, people's expectation of what the council can deliver, including the repertoire of artists appearing at the Corn Exchange, is quite surprising. I mean, sorry to bang on about it, but I mean, the number of complaints for the kind of, whatever it's 30,000 bins we collect a week, the car park kind of complaints for kind of the millions of people that go through the cars. So I think people do take it seriously. People do take the job seriously. My colleagues, they're not here at 10 o'clock at night, thank goodness. But there is a kind of 365-day-a-year kind of thing going on to kind of make Cambridge as good as it can be. You're absolutely right to hold it up when it isn't right. But I think, as Robert says, people put a lot in to make Cambridge as good as it can be.
Yeah, very briefly, Robert, could you do an internal comms to all members about customer service? That would be incredibly helpful for all sorts of reasons, because what we hear all the time from our colleagues is, why aren't you opening the Guildhall? So that, to have that to go out would be powerful, helpful, and would also be really valuable for the staff. Thank you, Joe.
Finally, the State of the City report produced for us by external consultants, I think.
So just to explain a little bit about what this is, very briefly, we did try run last year, we just produced it in-house, but this is a report which attempts to give a data-led evidence base of what Cambridge is actually like. So it's a complementary kind of report to the Cambridge Rich Picture that was produced recently as a result of kind of public and community engagement around what people would like Cambridge to be like and what they liked about it. This gives the actual kind of data as far as the data is available and as far as you can drill down into it. The intention is that we all have a common evidence base to kind of have a more informed discussion about what Cambridge is like. And once you've got that, then you can move into a conversation about, well, what do we do about the things that we'd like to be better? And you can have a systems-wide kind of engagement around that with our partners, our communities, our residents, and others with an interest in improving Cambridge. So we commissioned Cambridge Econometrics to do it using money that we'd won from the Combined Authority. There will be a data dashboard going live hopefully tomorrow, which people will be able to play around and interrogate, but would also have the data sources. So if you want to know more, you can kind of drill into those and kind of play away to your heart's content. It's all nationally comparable, publicly available data on the whole, I think, which meant that there were some things we couldn't count because the data doesn't exist in a good enough standard at the moment. But as I say, it doesn't pretend to give you all the answers, but I hope it will allow everyone to ask more informed questions as we move through our debates around Cambridge going forward. So it's the first year. It won't be perfect, but I'm happy to kind of take any questions or hear feedback.
Oh, I'd like to commend the council for doing it. I think it's a really valuable source of information. I mean, just to illustrate the point that was just made, I remember being told that an argument against the STZ was, well, but the air quality here in Cambridge is fine. And yet, looking at this, it's only 3 cities have worse air quality. There were a lot of surprising things in there. I won't go through them now, but in fact, the high-level point for me was the enormous inequality in the city. There's some areas of really great deprivation compared to a lot of people who are very well off. So, I think it's a really good thing to do, and thank you.
Questions? Councillor Bajan.
Well, not exactly, not a question at all, really, just to say that I think it's a worthwhile process that it's gone through. And it's an enormous database for us to draw on and something to read through as a councillor to see that things, you know, how things are going in the city and overview it. Not all of it's good, not all of it's, but most of it is good. You know, the big difficulty of the 12-year life expectancy gap between one area and another is something that we really need to look at very closely and drill down and find out why that is. Is it just about lack of funding, or is it about people's social habits? Is it about smoking? We might find that the majority of the city doesn't smoke, but there might be more smoking in that area. It's an interesting point. The enormous growth in this city. You know, we're the fastest developing city in the UK, I think it says somewhere. And that, you know, that 71% of our jobs are high-skilled jobs. And that means that we've got to be more aware about the lower-skilled jobs that fund the people that are not so lucky to have had such a good education. Interesting one, and going towards the STZ, of course, 67% of adults in this city cycle 3 times a week. And that's dropping. Now, we have to ask, why is it dropping? Is it because the roads are unsafe? Is it because there's too many vehicles on them? There's just so much stuff in here. And last statistic, 1 in 10 children live in poverty, and that's in the best areas, 2 in 10 in the deprived areas. There's a real job for us to continue to do, and I think that we're doing it really well at the moment. And this, of course, we'll be able to look at next year and say, how well? Thank you.
Councillor Smith, is it a question? Because I've got direct questions, really. Yeah.
I wanted to make a statement about what I found in this report, if that's all right. I'll be as brief as I can be, given the lateness of the hour. But I think it's really important. I mean, it's a shame that this report has come at the end of the agenda, because it actually merits quite a long discussion and consideration and reflection. But I'm going to use some selective data, Councillor Bick, for a positive reason, if you don't mind. Thank you. So I'm just going to start with this 2 in 10 children born and living in poverty in King's Hedges, and then now how that then is reflected in the life chances as they go through life. So what we see is 45% of pupils in receipt of free school meals achieve English and Maths at GCSE grade 4 or more, where the average across the city is 76%. And it progresses through to A-levels. 35% of those on free school meals get level 3 qualifications at 19, and it's 76% across the city. And then 24 and 27% of children in King's Hedges and East Barnwell and Abbey enter higher education, and it's 58% in the city, and it's 93% in my ward, Eddington and Castle. And so then we get to people then who, they're now adults and they have know all those skills, and they're 7% less likely to be employed. And there are other groups with characteristics who are less likely to be in employment, like women, 14%, people from ethnic minorities, 5%, and people with core or work-limiting disabilities, 18% less likely to be in employment. And then they're in low pay, and those pay jobs, they are both insecure and they are falling in real terms faster than the rest of the community. So this leads then to a geography of deprivation. People living in King's Hedges are 4 times more likely to be in receipt of benefits than residents in central and west Cambridge. And living in this environment, they're exposed to high levels of pollution than the rest of the city, those harmful PM 2.5 pollution, higher crime rates, and they have a long time to reach essential services by walking in public transport. And then this will lead to the final, the end of the life, 12 years difference in life expectancy. And I looked at that data actually, and it's life expectancy of a woman in King's Hedges is 80 years, whilst in Eddington it's 92 years, Eddington Castle. And the good news means my wife's going to be with me until I'm 104. And I'm absolutely delighted. I just love her so much, and she brings sunshine into my life every day, and just the idea that she's still going to be around with me when I'm 104 is just delightful. But it's not about that. It is actually about this deprivation. And what the point about it is that, and this is what the social impact fund we were addressing earlier in the evening is going to help tackle. Because what we're doing, we're not realising the full potential of our human capital in this city. And we need to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, you had your hand up. No? Cancelled, okay. Councillor Davey.
I won't try and Simon's made many of the points that I would want to highlight. I think this has to be at the heart of what we do in the future, though. Andrew, this mustn't get lost. This must be at the centre of what we're trying to achieve. Any page you open gives you a very interesting new insight into Cambridge, some of which anecdotally you thought, some of which I had no idea, if I'm honest. But this means that we're able to actually base what we do in the future around a proper plan. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to be updated in the future. And as I say, I hope this has become mandatory in both the councillors and officers as we go forward. So thank you for all the work you've done on this, because I know it's not been easy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick point that I understand Andrew Lim is arranging an all-councillor presentation. Or somebody on this. I thought that you had.
Okay.
After a discussion, Mike, am I slightly ahead of? Yeah. But I hope that we are going to be having an all-councillor presentation, as you and Sam Davis suggested. And I think it should be a long session.
Frankly, I think people should be encouraged to read it for themselves. I don't see a presentation. Right. Any more questions or comments? No more comments, thank you. Oh, Andrew, yes, you can finish on.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like mission accomplished because people are starting to read and quote it and challenge their own thinking. And it's certainly challenged my thinking. So I was born in the city, grew up in the area, thought I knew Cambridge, then read this, and it did challenge some of my preconceptions and assumptions. So I would encourage everyone to read it. I would encourage you to encourage others to kind of read it. And when the Power BI dashboard goes online tomorrow, I'd encourage everybody to play around with that. And I would also thank Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood for her kind of contribution to developing that over time with her expertise. So a number of people from a number of organisations have contributed to it. The important thing, I think, Councillor Davey, is kind of making it alive in our partnership work as well. So we produce this as a resource for kind of, people in the city and our partners to work with, and helping them understand what it tells us, what it doesn't, because there are limits to what it can be used for. But I hope we can kind of, as you say, kind of make it a reference point for debates in this chamber, for kind of work of officers and work in our partnerships. So I'm delighted, frankly, after 18 months of slogging away on this and kind of nearly going crackers with it. I'm delighted for the leadership the Chief Executive has shown in leading me to the sunlit uplands of data-led evidence-based working. So, but thank you for your support and endorsement today. I'm sure we can arrange some kind of member briefing at some point, but I don't think I've made any promises. So let's look into that. And next year it will be better.
Hold on, if you're going to speak. Right, recommendations are on page 257 to note the 1, 2, 3 reports. All those in favour, please show. More unanimity.
Unanimous, Chair.
Councillor Davey, over to you.
I'd be delighted to accept the recommendations.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, officers in particular.